All right, here we are. We're live. We're doing it. What's up, everybody? Hey, let's destroy that. That's scuffed. I didn't mean that to be 30 minutes. There we go. That's not shit. Better. What's up, everybody? Hey, Sticks. You are chatting. Yeah, I can see your chat. You should redo that, Sniper. I didn't have the wheel up yet. Climbing the slums. Tier 15s, yeah. It'd be like that. Is it just me? Has anyone feel like something feels wrong with the currency generation? Like, it just feels like you're not making any money. Like, I was burning through tier 15s. I get that I'm just traversing because I'm trying to finish the Atlas. So that's obviously going to impact it. I'm not juicing towers because I need to keep moving. But something just feels wrong about, like, me being able to put a 6 mod T15 into a traversal map with no tower, no corruption, and, like, losing money. That doesn't feel right.
Prepare yourself. Don't mind if I do.
Okay, maybe it's gonna be better today. That rare had a Chaos Orb. We'll see. It was really bad yesterday, though. I felt like I was making nothing. Oh, before I forget, I need to use something that I didn't use because it wasn't high enough level. What's my crit chance at the moment? Base crit chance on lightning arrows 14.28. Then it's boosted on first strike by quite a bit due to first approach, or like 20-ish. Lightning rod is probably significantly better than what's actually listed just because we're stacking blindside.
Yes.
Kind of fried. Do you solve the mana problem? What filter am I using? I'm just using a basic filter blade filter at the moment. There also isn't a mana problem. Everyone keeps telling me there's a mana problem, but I'm not seeing it. Like, are you... not everyone, but, like, I get this a lot, but there isn't a mana problem. Last league, mana was a problem. This league, mana is not a problem. But yeah, just charge shots with a good mana flask is like more than enough mana. And then if you still want more mana than that, if you want to make it super comfy, then you can have a mana per enemy killed on Quiver or on your gloves or on a ring line. But it's really like not necessary. I didn't have it and I felt fine. Yo, what's up, Face Shifter? How you doing today, man? Yeah, a mana on kill line, and like you don't even have to use your mana potion, but yeah, just use your mana potion. How's the boss damage? It's good. It's not bad. Like it's fine. It's like the boss just gets stunned and then dies before the stun ends, so they don't really get to fight back, which is like good enough. I would say they just get stunned and die. It's obviously going to be better after the next patch because they're improving Lightning Arrow's chaining capability by about 50%, and they're boosting Lightning Rod's damage by 30%, which is absurd. After those changes go through, I feel like it's going to be ridiculous because it's already pretty ridiculous with Blindside and the 6 link, the overextend. Oh yeah, hilariously, I got last night when I was grinding, I got 3 perfect jewelers. So like all of the perfect jewelers that I said in the video would be good to have, but not necessary. I got them. A feature in this game I'd like to see implemented in Helldivers 2 content. No sense at all. Yeah, I don't know. What did I come out here to do? I got kind of distracted reading chat. Oh yeah, we need to actually use this level 20 spirit that I've been sitting on forever to get level 20 Herald of Thunder.
Shocking.
And we're going to do that because... Okay, so this is like kind of a tough decision. But let's say you did not have the extra spirit that I do to have Herald of Thunder, have Deadly Herald. If you couldn't afford Deadly Herald, then you would just do Lightning Mastery instead with a level 20 like Herald of Thunder. Because if you do that, then it will give you... Where did it go? Here it is. Level 21 is the breakpoint for Herald of Thunder. So let's say you didn't have this. You didn't have the extra spirit. If you hit level 21 on Herald of Thunder, it goes up to giving you 4 attacks instead of 3. So that gets you up to 6 total whenever you quality it. So yeah, I would say Deadly Herald is probably better if you have the spirit for it, though. Wind Dancer sucks. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna use them. Is there anything left to put at 19? My mark. That doesn't really matter though. I just kind of didn't bother using any upgrades on my skills yesterday. Is it possible to see my gear? My gear is live updated in the mobiletics page if you type !build. The only difference is I have changed my bow and I have changed my ring. But other than that, it is what I was using whenever I recorded the video. Actually, that question comes up a lot. Let's just go ahead and take the time to update that. Just to make sure it's up to date. Edit, mobiletics, live gear set, bow, import. Death March. New hat. I remember now I did change my hat. I did change my ring. You know what? It's actually good that I'm changing this because my live gear set is different today. Import. There. Apply. I think I changed gloves too. I did. The import is breaking for some reason on this ring. It's not an eagle knuckle. That's weird. For some reason, the ring is breaking. This is a sapphire ring. Okay. All right, my live gear set is now updated on the mobiletics page. So if anyone wants to ever look at my gear set, it's pinned on YouTube, and you can type !build
Fury!
in Twitch, and you can look at my gear.
Too weak, too slow. What luck?
If I remove all my gear slows too, will it reflect mobiletics? Probably. Seeing a warrior play and seeing Lightning Deadeye get buffed. That is crazy, isn't it? The thing is, like, no one's really playing Lightning Deadeye this season, though. Because Flubgun did Gas Arrow, and now he's on Amazon. Because he dropped it probably after seeing the nerfs it got compared to last season, but it's like still cracked. So I don't know. Like with the Rhoa, it's just stupid. Kind of busted. We're probably just going to be dumping everything so we can zoom. I don't really want to bother with inventory management. I just want to blast. See how fast we can finish maps. And I would be doing, I would be juicing with Delirium, but I don't know what they did. They made that shit suck compared to last week. I remember last week we were like ending maps with like +20 splinters.
Storming Arrow.
And I did one on Bluff, and I ended with 1 splinter. So I didn't even break even, not even close to break even on my entry cost for those for the distilled emotions. Oh, here we go. You guys ready to see the vision? This is the vision right here, Jonathan. This is what I think of your vision.
Democratic soldier for the cause. Another democratic soldier for the cause.
Behold the vision. Dawn of the Hunt kind of looking like Vampire Survivors, not gonna lie. You just get the drops from watching 3 hours of PoE too. This is wild. Yeah, it's kind of insane. Map's done, by the way. Oh wait, no, one more. I missed one. All the way up here. That's okay, we're fast. Like, this is... I would argue that this is more broken than Temporalis. Not because it's faster than Temporalis, but because of how much more accessible it is. Like, Temporalis builds cost a fortune. You'd basically beaten the game by the time you could activate it. But like this, the barrier to entry is just playing Amazon or Deadeye.
Yes.
That is stupid in comparison. How do you sustain mana? I press mana potion. But if I wasn't doing that, then I would be sustaining mana because my Quiver has a mana roll. I don't have to press the mana potion if I don't want to, for the most part.
Prepare yourself.
Card shots, mana refund, and 1 mana roll are enough. Like every 3rd shot, you see my mana jumping back up. That's charge shots doing that. Technically, Rising Tempest would be 2% more damage for Lightning Arrow, but I think the mana refund in exchange for 2% damage is definitely worth. This is more comfy.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
I need more mana. An easy trophy.
And like, as you can see, our boss damage is not bad either. I was chilled whenever we killed that rare.
Another democratic
Goodbye,
soldier
rare.
for the cause.
Like, you just barrage the rare with lightning rods and they're gone. If you're lazy, you can even just hold down lightning arrow on them. It just
Storming
takes,
arrow.
you know, like 4 or 5 hits probably, depending on your gear. Definitely more efficient to barrage lightning rod them, but you know, you do you. I would say it's better to just barrage them. At least then you get like a little bit of gameplay. Why studded vest and no swift walker? 3 times the evasion. Swift walker. Wait, what are you talking about? I'm just using whatever. I've had this chest since like the end of campaign. I haven't changed anything because there wasn't really any need to, and also I don't have any money. Don't have any currency. Like, I lost 3 days of my league. That's like a real testament to how ridiculous this build is. I lost 3 days of grind time editing videos, and it still looks like this. All my gear is extremely budget, except for like my bow now, which I splurged on after finishing the video. I wanted to keep the endgame video like affordable, so I had saved up like 3 divs, but I was waiting to buy a bow upgrade until after I had filmed and put out the endgame video, just to make sure that like someone could pick up that build and run it with like less than I don't know, 50x to their name. But now we're just unleashed. We're just spending whatever currency we get on upgrades. For fun. For the love of the vision, really. Kind of update would you do if you had the currency? If I had more currency, I would honestly... So the thing that I would want more than anything is just more maximum life, so I don't just randomly go pop if I make a mistake. Because I am very glass cannon with this amount of life. We have 1500 HP. It's not really enough to survive some of the meteor one-shots that come from juicing maps. But if I had like 2k, it would definitely be more comfortable. If I had a lot of extra currency, then I would get an Olroth's Resolve Life Flask for the guard. It'd make me a lot more survivable. And because I probably wouldn't be able to afford either of those things because we're too early in the league and those things cost way too much currency, I'd probably just stack a bunch of rarity and not get hit and try to get rich. It's more or less where I'm heading at the moment, is just stacking rarity. As long as I don't get hit, it doesn't really matter. Can you full clear breach with this? Yeah. You have a 50 div budget? Oh, you would trash breaches. This build is so good for breach. If we get a breach map, I'll show you. But yeah, build's insane for breach. Especially if you go for shrines.
An easy trophy.
This build almost makes 0.2 breaches look fun. Almost. Okay, there's Sinister. Build is best with Deadeye or Amazon. You can do it. So this is actually a frequently asked question in my comments. I'll just talk about this really quick. If you are an Amazon and you want to play this build, you'll obviously have differences in your starting path because you're an Amazon. And the one thing that you will want to do differently for better bossing DPS is you'll want nearsighted, because Amazons, you know, obviously scale with accuracy while Deadeye really doesn't. This node doesn't really work for Deadeye in a beneficial way, but you would want it if you were playing Amazon. There's just going to be like a couple differences where you prioritize things that give accuracy, where Deadeye would not prioritize those things. But generally, it will be exactly the same, and it will be just as viable. If you're playing it on Amazon, the biggest difference is going to be your mapping will be slightly slower because you don't have Tailwind. You could run the Tailwind helmet if you want. But obviously you're sacrificing a gear piece then. And the mapping will be a bit slower, but your bossing will be better because of the exploit weakness mechanical bullshit that Amazons do, and higher crit rate, etc. And then Deadeye will just be faster mapping because of Tailwind. Not like super fast. They're very comparable. Really, you can run it on either character and it'll feel good. It also will probably be cheaper for you than playing with a spear, because I know that spears are extremely expensive compared to bows. I hate this. I don't know why I have no regals, but it feels bad. I don't want to buy regals. Hey there, CJM. What about ascending? Yours is better than Amazon. So it really just comes down to Tailwind. Like, Endless Munitions makes the mapping better compared to Amazon. Tailwind makes the mapping better compared to Amazon. Also, the evasion's really good. It's like more survivable. but Amazon's going to do more damage. Amazon is going to do better bossing DPS. It's like the core difference. No, I'm probably not going to do acrobatics this season. At least not for a while. There really isn't good enough gear available in the league yet, unless you craft it yourself. That's going to allow you to get a comfortable amount of evasion to even run acrobatics. It's just too early in the league for something like that. The gear just doesn't exist. And if it does exist, people are hoarding it for exorbitant prices.
Too weak, too slow.
The too weak, too slow line hits different when the gameplay looks like this. I haven't bothered with a filter, really, like customizing my own this league. I'm just using semi-strict filter blade filter. Or not, yeah, I think it's just on semi-strict. Or maybe one tier higher. I don't remember. Your proximity tangibility won't save you for long. I mean, is a real method to get more boss DPS with LA. It's really hard to farm Arbiter 84 even with 600 DPS bow and over 70k DPS on LA. If you want to try to get more bossing DPS, a good option could be putting Font of Rage on an Orb of Storms. It's what we used to do in the last league. Downside is you can't do it while on your Rhoa. So you could take out some of the supports that are good for Lightning Rod because you're on a Rhoa, the Deliberation and the Overextend. Remove those, switch them for something else. Get a animal companion with Haste Aura instead of the Rhoa. Use Orb of Storms or Font of Rage, and then fight the Pinnacle bosses on foot instead of on the Rhoa. You'll have better bossing DPS. Probably better for Pinnacles. I'm just not there yet, but that is probably what I am planning to do whenever I am fighting Pinnacles. Should I find that I don't have enough bossing DPS. Also, keep in mind that we are getting a 30% boost to Lightning Rod DPS in the next patch. And Lightning Arrow is being made more consistent with its chaining. So the other option is you could just wait until like tomorrow and the bossing DPS is going to be buffed. Three, tier 2. It's kind of shit. It's kind of bad. How'd you get your Herald of Thunder DPS so high? I have extra spirit, so I have Deadly Herald. If you don't have extra spirit, then level 20 Herald Lightning Mastery instead will give it 6 procs total instead of 5 procs total, because this goes from 3 to 4. That's what I would be doing if I didn't have this extra spirit, but I do, so I'm using it for that. Also, this is something I didn't talk about in the video, but use Reach on Herald if you have a 6 link. Because Reach reduces accuracy, but Herald can't miss. So it's just 35% better AoE. I'm not sure how that interacts with Amazon, though. I feel like it's probably worse tech for Amazon, better tech for Deadeye. considering accuracy only gives us attack speed and only a little bit. Doesn't give us damage, doesn't give us crit. So reducing the accuracy on our Herald doesn't do anything to us. Does chain support gem help? No, don't use chain on LA. It cuts the damage too much. No problem. You don't have plus projectile? I don't actually have plus projectile on my quiver at the moment. It's a budgeting thing.
Fury.
So I didn't talk about this in the video, but sometimes a quiver can be so cracked compared to your previous quiver because it just has so many good lines compared to a projectile skills quiver that it's more budget friendly to use it over projectile skills. Projectile skills also increases mana cost, so it also makes the mana more comfy if you don't go proj skills, but projectile skills is absolutely the best line to have on your quiver. Like, this quiver would be a crit line, attack speed, projectile skills +2 in the suffix slot. The math is probably too delicate for me to tell you which critical line damage or critical hit chance, but I would probably err on the side of critical hit chance, just because we don't have that much of it. But we have a lot of critical damage. Having no lightning damage at the start of endgame good. Few exalts, 250 fizz. So our skills, the reason we do not do fire and cold and physical lightning is okay, it doesn't matter which, is because lightning arrow converts 40% of physical damage to lightning damage on the projectile itself, and then the beam is 100% lightning converted from physical. Lightning rod also converts all physical damage to lightning damage. So no matter what your combination of physical and lightning damage on your bow, it is beneficial, and we are scaling it with our build. But if it is fire or if it is cold, we are not scaling that. So it's like kind of diluted in comparison to the other two. That's why I said it doesn't matter what your combination of physical and lightning is on your bow, just that the total DPS is high. Just that the total DPS is high, and it does not include fire and cold. So lightning physical in any combination is great. What am I doing? I'm just gonna look at my maps. I think. Do we have anything with 6 line or anything like decent? God, I love temporal chains and shield ground. That's such a fun map. I can't wait. This could one-shot me, but we'll just game. It'll be fine. Light is less beneficial in comparison with Fizz, around 20 to 30%. What? It really doesn't matter.
Fury.
It is far too early in the league for it to matter. Because the price gap is also going to be enormous. Also, if your bow ends up being a lot of lightning compared to physical, or you just have a lot of lightning on your bow to make up the damage, and instead of running Iron Rune, you can run attack speed, or you can run flat lightning, depending. Either one of those will typically be better. Also, attack speed will also just feel good as a rune on your bow if you otherwise don't have much attack speed. Like if you are already cleaning the screen with single hits anyway, just attacking faster is going to make things more comfortable. So before I switched to the Onslaught ring, I was running a lot of flat lightning and lightning percent on my ring, but everything's getting destroyed without it, so the attack speed feels better. Temporal chains is for the guild chest. True. What's up, Loopy? That guy just self-revived after getting the wisp. That's crazy. I actually might buy another Thief's Torment. Not because it's good for the build, but because I will run Thief's Torment whenever I am using a Temporal Chains to cut it in half. How much spirit do I have? 163. Oh wait, no, not 163. 151 now. Why is this up here? This isn't... Go away, quads. Go down, like down here. What do we have for tablets? Do we have anything cool? Oh yeah, we have the Grand Project. Kind of fun. Boss tablet. Breach. We'll do Breach tablet. It's fun. Radiation. Okay. This is one of my favorite parts of the new league, by the way, is watching this happen. Isn't that beautiful? Doesn't it look nice? What kind of jewels we need for bow damage? I laid out the jewels selection in the mobiletics guide and also in the video. But basically evasion, damage, movement speed, critical, attack speed, any combination. Just look for like 2 out of 4 this early in the league, so it keeps it affordable. What about Spiral Volley? Spiral Volley will happen whenever they nerf Rhoa, because Rhoa is too good. No matter what I did with Spiral Volley, it would not clear maps as fast as what we're doing. So there's not really a reason to use it yet. If I get to Pinnacles and Lightning Arrow is cooked for bosses, I'll probably convert to Spiral, because I know Spiral Snipe will do better bossing DPS than Lightning Arrow. But yeah, I mean, both are viable, and I would say Spiral is probably pretty good if somebody doesn't want to play with Rhoa. But I do want to play with Rhoa, so I'm playing with Rhoa. Can you show your bow? If you check the mobiletics that's being linked in the chat by Nightbot, whenever people type !build, you can click the live section of that guide, and you will see the gear that I have equipped. You have good gear, but only 2k on Herald of Thunder. I mean, Thief's Torment increase survivability? No, it would just cut the curse in half. It would cut the effect of curses in half. That's like the only reason I would run it, is because Temporal Chains is miserable. And like, I had Thief's Torment on all league, so I never actually experienced how awful Temporal Chains truly was. They need to make these wisps move faster. Can we please scale the wisp with my movement speed?
Quick and lethal.
Pinnacle, Pinnacle more DPS better than Rhoa. Spiral Snipe will absolutely do more DPS to bosses than Lightning Rod, but the thing is, Lightning Rod is also getting its bossing DPS boosted 30% tonight, so who knows? I think what it's going to come down to is when they nerf Rhoa, I'll play Spiral.
Fury.
Because they probably will nerf Rhoa. Like, would only make sense to nerf Rhoa. I have my 4th Ascendancy, yeah. I did my 4th Ascendancy at the end of last stream. If you don't want to use Rhoa, and you still want to play Lightning Arrow, then you need to not use Deliberation. You would switch to something else. You don't use Overextend, you would switch this to something else. And then you would do Animal Companion with a Haste Aura probably instead. If I was playing without Rhoa. But the thing is, like, there isn't really a reason to play without Rhoa. I would probably play a different build, like a different ability. Like, I would play Spiral. Yeah, I would play Spiral Volley if I was going to go without Rhoa. Because Spiral Volley can't use Rhoa. But you would still play Lightning Arrow until you had a comfortable set to make Spiral Volley feel good. Spiral Volley requires like level 52 to even equip. When will there be a new patch? Probably tomorrow, tonight, something like that. I don't think we have a time, but the next patch will include the 30% increase to damage for Lightning Rod, I believe. Or it's in their, like, upcoming changes list. Okay, we found a Nexus. Cool. Right now, I'm just traversing to finish my Atlas. I don't really care about juicing towers or, like, optimal farming for currency right now. We're just trying to finish the Atlas. And then we will double back to all of the towers that we've cleared, all of the juice that we've created. Oh yeah, did you guys see the change to belts? I'm actually really excited for that. The change to belts that's going to make it so you can get more charms. With the implicit.
Storming arrow.
I'm actually pretty excited for that because it's going to let us run Gold Charm plus a Thawing Charm. I was just reminded of that because I passed by that strong box, and if you were wondering why I didn't take the strong box, it's because the strong boxes that just like randomly freeze you can just like get you killed pretty easily. You don't have time to get back on your Rhoa. You start off in a really bad position. Sometimes you just die before the freeze ends. So I'm kind of over opening normal strong boxes.
trophy.
Yeah, kind of dumpsters breach. Would obviously be better if I had some of my breach atlas done, but I haven't had time to kill Zesht at all yet. Like I said, I'm a little bit behind on the grind. Solely because, like, editing the 2 videos took, like, 3 days of my grind time. So I haven't had the time to, like, finish any Zesht yet. Haven't finished my Atlas yet. But I'm hoping by the end of the stream today, we will have some progression with the Pinnacles and also have the Atlas completely finished. That would be ideal. Quad 1, thank you for the 14 months.
Don't mind if I do.
How's the bossing damage? Bossing damage is fine. Boss gets knocked over by stun buildup and dies shortly after. Typically doesn't get a chance to fight back. Maybe gets like 1 or 2 attacks in and then CC'd for the rest of its life until it dies. That's for T15 bosses. For Pinnacles, it's not going to be amazing. I won't sugarcoat it.
Nowhere to run.
But there are ways to improve it, specifically for Pinnacles, by utilizing weapon set as well. Because, like, we're using a few different things that are only beneficial for mapping that we can change our weapon set to into Pinnacle killing points instead. So that'll help. Also, like I said, we're getting a Lightning Rod 30% boost sometime in the near future, which is going to put the bossing DPS through the roof. That and the improvement to the way Lightning Arrow chains is, like, the consistency issue with Lightning Arrow and chaining to Lightning Rod is kind of a... It's always been a problem, but it didn't matter because you weren't casting Lightning Arrow into Lightning Rod's last patch. You were just, like, ball lightning it over and over, and Orb of Storms. So it didn't matter that Lightning Arrow was inconsistent with its chaining, but they are going to improve that by, like, 50% in the patch as well. It's going to make it a lot more consistent for us. Okay. Well, note to self, actually open the chests.
Fury.
I haven't been much of a chest opener. Okay, next. I want to carry people for 4th Ascendancy with Deadeye. I can't make an efficient build. Everyone is playing Amazon. Well, Amazon is going to be better bossing DPS. It just will be. Amazon's cracked for bossing DPS. Deadeye's better at mapping. Or, like, faster at mapping. The biggest difference in strengths. Think I'm switching to LA from Gas Arrow, especially after watching your video. Gas Arrow is good, it's just clunky.
Nothing you have done was...
Yeah, I don't like the feel of Gas Arrow gameplay. I kind of forgot that we were in Delirium. Pretty good for Delirium. Pretty good for Delirium, pretty good for Breach. Not ideal for Ritual, I will say. Ritual doesn't feel too good because you're kind of trapped in a circle. And there's a lot of AoE damage happening, and because you're full evasion, the evasion doesn't really do anything for that. We're low chaos resistance because it's early in the league. I really like Ritual, but this build does not feel great for playing Ritual. Or like, I would not main Ritual as my like main mechanic with this build. I think it's way more accustomed to Breach Delirium. Even though like Ritual is my favorite mechanic. Ah! Am I dead? Might be dead. Might be dead. Nope.
Fury.
I wasn't watching the stun meter. We were probably sitting on the edge for a while. I just didn't look. All right, map's done. We're out of here. How are you sustaining on mana? Just drink your flask. Why is that such a common question? Just drink the flask. Keep drinking. Have a good flask. Drink your flask. Yeah, just drink your flask. And if you want to make it turbo comfy, just get a mana per kill on like gloves, quiver, or ring. It's not necessary though. I was playing all day yesterday without it. Only changed back to a quiver with it because it happened to also have a bunch of other stats that I wanted. Yeah, mana felt fine with or without it. Where's the stun meter? The stun meter is down here. Right above the health and mana bar. Actually, man, I feel bad. I kept telling myself whenever I finish the editing for this video, I need to zoom in on the stun meter so people see where it is. That's my bad. And like, I forgot about it because I was just turbo burned by the time I was done with the editing for that video. But I meant to like zoom in on the bar to make sure everybody knew what it was and where to look. Yeah, it's right above your health and mana. Flask.
Artillery's an art. I'm a bloody artist.
Vision. How much DPS on LA? I think with no buffs, 32k. Fully buffed, it gets up to 55,000. When we're like innervated and on onslaught.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
Okay, it's actually more now. It's 58.6. When we're innervated.
Cut you down.
Still use Vault Mark and maps now. I only use it on bosses. Voltaic Mark really helps out whenever you first get it in campaign. It really helps out for the rest of campaign. But it like slowly becomes less and less necessary. until you just stop using it for anything other than bosses. Oh. We're crashing? Nope. Realm restarting 0.2E update. Patch notes on the patch form. Okay. Huge.
Thunderous shot.
Game is lagging bad. It's not the stream, so everyone knows that is just the game breaking.
Fury.
He kind of like got up against the corner there, so I didn't really have the option to just run around in circles around him. Had to actually dodge and dismount. As powerful as I am, that probably would kill me if I let him hit me with that. The physical AoE attack. We have no armor. We done? Yep. Cool. All right, out of here. Anyone played with iShot this season? Nope. Use some jewels? Yeah. I have 3 pretty scuffed jewels that are not that great. Game is self right now. This is rough. This is a good opportunity to look at the patch notes, I think. How much will a budget version of this be? Less than 50x. It's covered in my video. Everything you saw footage-wise in the Endgame build video was before I spent any of the currency that I acquired in Endgame. I had all of that gear since, like, the end of Cruel. I think I upgraded the bow once, actually. Yeah, I upgraded the bow once for, like, 10x. So, like, just what I naturally made throughout the campaign with 0 farming. I had completed less than, like, 30 maps. And I cleared T15 maps for the first time after doing 3rd and 4th Ascendancy back-to-back because I got bored around T14. So I cannot overstate how budget-friendly the build is. Literally, the amount of currency you will naturally farm from level 1 to endgame will suffice. patch notes are out. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look. Give me a sec. Getting a drink. Kind of winging it until Fubgun got his updated. Doesn't look like won't anytime soon. Glad to find found one. Yeah, I think Fubgun is on that Amazon train, which is good for me because I was kind of always playing second fiddle on Lightning Arrow and Deadeye last season to him. Now I get to be the Lightning Arrow Deadeye guy instead of being the other Lightning Arrow Deadeye guy. Find the patch notes. UE2. Patch notes. QE. I'll bring it up so you guys can see. 1 second. Oh, there we go. Disconnected. We'll just close the game for a sec. All right. Kind of having an aneurysm anyway. So there we go. Okay. So generally they're making Act 3 areas less annoying, which is good because they were too large, kind of obnoxious. Bleeding no longer considered damage dealt to target's life. Damage dealt to energy shield can now cause bleeding. That's a buff for ritualists and bleed builds in general. Pretty significant one because you were kind of soft bricked anytime you ran a map with energy shield modifier, which is great for them. Chaos inoculation makes you immune to bleeding, which is huge, actually. Most passive skills that granted additional stun threshold based on your maximum energy shield and also grant additional ailment threshold. That's a good change. New jewel and time loss modifiers for additional ailment threshold based on maximum energy shield. That sucks. Jewel modifier for additional stun threshold was buffed. No one cares. Stun threshold, no one cares. Sorceress specific. Frostbolt buff. Freeze buildup from Ice Nova. Casting or Frostbolt are now matching. Frostbomb has exposure of 8 seconds. Good. Low-key don't care though. Parried enemies no longer evade attacks. Good Huntress change. I know they want people to parry, but like people are just not going to interact with that mechanic. High key. Spear field. Duration of 10 instead of 6. Buff. No one likes to use Spear field though, from what I gather. No longer destroys a corpse. Lets you ritual sacrifice. That's a good change. Nice quality of life. Warrior stuff, ranger stuff. Here's us. This is what we're about right here. Lightning rod now deals 26 to 94% instead of 20 to 72. Maximum arrow duration of 20 seconds. This doesn't matter. Time was never an issue. Lightning arrow beam targeting radius increased from 2.4 to 3.2. We love this shit. This right here, we love this. Beautiful. Great buff. So now we'll do even better bossing DPS. And more consistently. If you used my build through campaign, you probably noticed it was scuffed as hell against any boss that wasn't actually on the map because the lightning rods wouldn't bounce to it or like the lightning arrow beams wouldn't chain to your rods. And it felt shit. This will hopefully fix that. This is bad. I don't know why they bother with that. This is huge because we were already getting tier 5, tier 6 rewards during Delirium, so now we're just consistently going to clear the entire map within Delirium. It's a good change. Monster speed tuned down, the more egregious ones. Oh yeah, before the server goes down, you should probably, if you want to get a gorilla with haste aura, you're not going to be able to after this patch. Oh wait, no, I think you still will be. They're just saying the haste aura won't appear in Act 1 on monsters that are already fast. But the gorilla's Act 3, so it should still appear, no? Depending on what they do there. I don't really care about this. I didn't really get the complaints about monsters being fast or whatever, not being able to combo. I've literally played combo characters this league and last league where everything we did revolved around several different buttons. I never felt like I was under so much pressure that I couldn't press my combos or use my combos. But I also play WASD, so the kiting's definitely way easier with WASD movement. Maybe that's why.
Another
I
democratic
imagine a
soldier
lot of
for
the old
cause.
PoE1 players do not use WASD, and they still just, like, use only mouse movement. So properly, like, kiting enemies without WASD with mouse movement is probably pretty hard. Maybe that's where a lot of these complaints came from about monsters being too fast. But personally, I never understood it, but that was just, I think that's just a me thing. Or like a WASD movement thing. Like kiting's just way easier with WASD. Uh, yeah, casting weapons now get runes. That's cool. Combination missing a rare monster edge of the map. Change rares to show up on the minimap at all times. God, yes. Oh, finally. I wanted this change so much all of last league. Thank you. This shit's so annoying. This part of the vision could suck my dick. I'm so glad that's gone. A lot of bug fixes. Client crashes. All right, huge. Big patch. Big W patch. Especially for the Lightning Arrow boys. We love getting buffs that we probably didn't need. Do I have a PoE Ninja? No, but that has been requested a couple different times. I'll have to look into doing it. Live gear set, is it updated? So the live gear set, they have like this, I don't get it. The live gear set update doesn't always, I mean, this does look like my set. Yeah, no, this is my set. Yeah, the live gear set on the PoE mobiletics page is 100% exactly what I have right now. Sometimes it doesn't update properly, but I also have more than 25k DPS. I don't know why it says 25k. How important is crit for the build? Crit is the best way to scale your damage because stat stacking, not stat stacking itself, but soft stat stacking is what we did last league. So last league, Hands of Wisdom in action were way better. So we used those. We used Hands of Wisdom in action. This node used to be all non-critical hits are lucky. Now it's only 30% chance for lightning damage with hits to be lucky. So this got turbo nerfed, but it was the biggest reason why we didn't play crit was because we could just run lightning rod, and then all of our hits would be lucky if we were playing non-crit. So we were getting like, I think it was between 20 to 30% DPS from just this one notable. And yeah, they turbo nerfed it. So now we have a reason to play crit, which is why we play crit. Also, because stat stacking was nerfed, before it was like decent to use all of these points to get down here, and it wasn't a big deal because you were still getting damage from your stats. But now, because stat stacking is nerfed, and if you're not all about stat stacking, it's completely terrible. We can't afford to waste all of our points on random stats to get nodes that are super far away. Also, there used to be a jewel right here. So you would at least get double jewel for coming all the way down here. Now you only get one jewel. And yeah, it's just bad. This whole section's bad. Where it used to be the goat, now it's bad. So yeah, now we go this way instead, which is better. Should I use Deliberation over Charge Shot on LA? I don't have Perfect for Rod. You could. It would be a little bit more DPS to use Deliberation. It'd be about 10% more average DPS than using Charge Shot on Lightning Arrow, but it doesn't matter too terribly much. Full disclosure, you can be pretty interchangeable with like anything between these two in these last three sections, and there's not going to be any like right or wrong answer per se. Do I plan on pathing towards every movement speed node? Probably not. We're actually pretty much done with our build at this point. Like, I'm going to pick up Deadly Force whenever I hit level 92. And then I've maybe got like 4 more levels left in me this league, and I'm planning to do Preemptive Strike with them. Because 130% more critical damage on first strike for this build, cleaning maps will be real nice. As far as bossing as well, it'll be the perfect crime. Because whenever we fight Pinnacle bosses, we're just going to use weapon set 2 to get rid of those points and get rid of these points. And then spend them on something for boss DPS or like CC or something. Like stun build up or something. Where do you see your live build on the mobiletics page? If you have my mobiletics page open, look at build variants. One of them is called live gear set. If you click that, that is my current set of items I have equipped. Easiest way to do it. Gems on skills are in the order of importance. Yes. Yes, they are. They are in the order of importance. Air's sleep schedule has gotten so bad he's streaming on the wrong day. I'm just streaming whenever I have time right now. I want to stream all of my PoE gameplay if I can. The lightning arrow buff, confused exactly. So, yeah, I can explain the lightning arrow buff pretty easy. So, see how that works. It hits the wall, it chains backwards, it chains through the lightning rods. We're really happy about it. You see how this doesn't? Next patch, it will. It'll make it more reliable. Where you hit the target, so like, you know how you have those annoying-ass bosses that are in the circle or something, and they're not actually on the ground? You can't put rods directly below them, so your rods are like right here, and then the boss is right here, and you're firing lightning arrows at them, and the arrows are not chaining to your rods, and it looks scuffed, and it makes it feel bad. That won't happen anymore. Increased damage on rods is going to make us kill bosses 30% faster, so you're going to require 30% less DPS to melt pinnacles. Also, your map bossing will be better, but map bossing was already not an issue. It's mostly just going to be a buff for Pinnacle fights. I have time to do this Nexus, probably. 10 minutes. Can do this Nexus quick. No, I don't have any mana issues.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
There's a lot of buffs for Lightning Arrow coming out. I don't have mana issues because I have a good flask and because we're running charge shots. But if you wanted to make it even more comfortable than that, you can have a mana per enemy killed on your Quiver suffix, your ring suffix, or your glove suffix. And that'll make it turbo comfy. But it's not necessary. I ran all day without a mana on kill line, and it felt fine. I was just pressing my mana potion on cooldown, and it was chill.
Return to death.
Yes, the vision. Jonathan.
Quick and lethal.
This land shall know Kitava's hunger.
Like that. My rods were like slightly off center so that guy didn't die. Like a good example of when the arrow buff will help. Oh yeah, rod 30% damage buff is also going to help in camp a lot too. Forgot about that. Like there are some slow parts DPS wise, like at the end of Act 2. But I think that's honestly because that boss just like has too much health at the end of Act 2. I don't even think that's a lightning arrow problem. I think that's just that guy has a lot of HP. All my friends say he's got a lot of health. But yeah, like lightning rod being buffed will help some of those slower moments in the campaign too. Like 2 or 3. We're not very good at killing the golem. The golem kill will be a lot cleaner now that our lightning arrow will actually chain. Oh, I didn't activate that checkpoint. You're gonna get yourself nerfed. I think Rhoa should be nerfed. Rhoa should 100% be nerfed. It definitely should. Like, I can't imagine any reason why I would want to play any other build path other than Rhoa. There's not like a reason. Yeah, we're getting tab affinities. That's exciting too. I missed that part in the patch notes. The buffs are coming through in 5 minutes. The server's going down for 10 minutes in 5 minutes. And then the patch will be live. Any survivability issues? Getting stun locked a lot on the Rhoa? No. I just don't get hit, basically. Because we're on a Rhoa. If you are getting hit on the Rhoa, there are only two things that can basically like hurt you while you're riding the Rhoa. Getting hit with projectiles, which means you need more evasion so you stop getting hit by the projectiles as much, or getting hit by AoEs. And AoEs usually have cast time or are slow or have some kind of telegraph, and you basically just need to avoid those because it's your kryptonite. Melee enemies and melee slams aren't a problem because we're too fast for any of them to keep up with us. So my survivability is not good, but my survivability is completely dependent on my mobility. As long as I am moving and not running into AoEs, I'm fine. If I do that, I die. Which is about as good as it gets this early in the league, because trying to get all the stats that we want, like resistances plus HP, movement speed plus HP, crit plus HP, it's just like not realistic yet. Eventually, we would like to have more than 2,000 maximum life and an Olgroth's Resolve flask, because that would make us much tankier, but it's just a little bit too early for that. Leveling guide for this build? I do. Type !! build. It'll take you to my mobiletics page. There's both a starter version of the build and a endgame version of the build, and on YouTube it is pinned at the top. What would I do to focus the build on bossing DPS? You mean like if I was Pinnacle bossing right now? Alright, yeah, I can do that. Wait a second. That bow's sick. That thing's cool. It's kind of, well, I mean, it's low. It's not even low base damage. I'm just like spoiled by my base damage being high. It's actually good. It's kind of tough to call, but it's probably going to be better with physical or attack speed. It's either going to be physical or attack speed. Actually, a really good way to answer that question is just like, if you are one-shotting things whenever you shoot them and like your damage per hit feels good, then run attack speed. If you feel like you need more meat whenever you sling an arrow, then run it with physical runes. I would go off of that. That's like the most important thing. Do you think running CI with Rhoa is dumb? Nope. I mean, you're immune to stuns. You can run it like that if you want, but actually, I don't think Energy Shield Rhoa makes sense. If you run Energy Shield Rhoa, then you're gonna get blasted by projectiles, knocked off, and die. You need to run Evasion with Rhoa. What jewels would you recommend for the build? It's in the guide. It's under the endgame section. It is... Let me see where exactly. Endgame. Under... Did it not get saved? Oh. What? I put the jewels in here last night. I remember saving it. What the hell? Did I put it in starter page, maybe? Oh, yeah, it's under starter. But it's not under endgame. Let me fix that real quick. Under the starter section, under gear pieces, is jewels. Let me update the endgame page to have that section as well. There we go. Jewels are now listed, or a jewel recommendation is listed.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
My IGN is Araviana. Eraviana. Also, beginning realm restart. Exiting Path of Exile. All right, we got 10 minutes, chat. It's just you and me. I gotta entertain you for the next 10 minutes while we wait for the game to update and keep you from running away. Are there any other uniques for starting with the build? I bought Northpaw right now. Northpaw is a good one. Wonder Trap is nice because it's just 20% movement speed off rip. I wore Wonder Trap for like most of the campaign because I got them as a drop. You can, if you have a good quiver, you can run Widow Hail, and then you don't have to change your bow as often. But Widow Hail is going to fall off by the time you're going into like Cruel, basically. What do we do for 10 minutes, Ervin? Dude, I don't know. I guess we just sit here and maybe we review the patch notes. I could put the patch notes back up on the screen for you guys. Would you like that? It's an idea. Window capture. There we go. Patch notes. Let's scroll down to here and we'll highlight the important part. Watch Instagram reels for 10 minutes. 3 arrows is okay, or focus on getting more. 3 arrows is fine. You don't need more than 3 arrows. I played the entirety of last league. I never got more arrows on my bow than just +1. And I cleared everything. I finished every single bit of the game, that you could want to finish. So there's no need to get more arrows, especially because the whole reason we wanted more arrows was because we were spamming lightning rod, and you can't do that anymore. So it's a little bit less relevant than it used to be to have more arrows. I did see the affinity tabs. I am excited to have affinity tabs finally. That is BIS. Would be nice to see the solo boss DPS variant. Just kind of not there yet in my own progression. So it's like a problem I haven't tackled yet. It's a problem I tackled last league, but they also nerfed every single interaction that we used to melt bosses last league in this league. So kind of just need new tech. Thanks for the build. Doing really good now, starting into maps. Awesome, Vinny. What is the best league mechanic for this build in your experience so far? The best league mechanics for this build are Breach and Delirium by far, because you're so mobile. You can cover so much ground. You can maximize the rewards from them really easy. And then your weakest link is Ritual, unfortunately, even though that's my favorite mechanic, because you're stuck in a tiny box. There's lots of AoE damage, and it's AoE chaos damage a lot of the time. Which we're weak to both of those things, and we're locked in a tiny little circle with potentially melee enemies that we're also weak to. So Ritual is definitely our worst map mechanic for this build, unless you somehow scale your evasion to the point in turbo late game where you can pick up acrobatics and it's not a detriment to you. That would be the only way to make Ritual good for us again. You can also, you can also do Chaos Trial really easy, and you can do Trial of Sekhmet really easy if you want to farm those. Those are really good to farm early league, especially. You can make a lot of currency doing those instead of mapping. But the thing is, like, the reason those are so profitable, there's a couple reasons, but one of the biggest reasons to focus on and why trials are really profitable early league is because everyone is trying to finish their Atlas and make mapping profitable. So you kind of sacrifice that time that you could spend scaling your atlas and scaling your maps to be making currency that way, to instead focus on a mechanic that provides resources that depreciate over time. Oh yeah, I'm absolutely going to be rushing rares. I'm not farming for currency right now. I'm just trying to finish the atlas. So I'm going to blast every rare on the map and leave until I get to another corrupted nexus, and then I'm going to do it again until I finish my atlas. Once I finish my atlas, I will probably clear the whole map again depending on how heavily I juice the map. They changed lightning rod on the passive tree. It's bad now, right? Yeah, lightning rod on the passive tree is bad. Very bad. Talked about it now. You said you could do it now while we wait. Uh, there isn't really realistically enough time for that. I mean, what it comes down to is all you would do is take the first approach points and put them in something else. That's it. Just like probably stun build up would be a good move. Stun build up or more damage. More consistent damage, because first approach doesn't do anything against bosses. And that's literally it, though. Yeah, I don't want to really sacrifice the towers, though. I want to actually, like, juice the towers properly. I cannot get that guy's sweet fur coat. I actually do have, I think I have that guy. Not that guy's fur coat, but I have a fur coat. I just don't wear it. Does the trade not work while the servers are down? No. No, the trade site does not work while the servers are down. Oh, very fast. Go shroud extra for my version. What about putting precision on Wind Dancer with my extra spirit? You can put precision. It's very little extra damage if you put precision with extra spirit. If you're playing Amazon, precision with extra spirit is quite a bit better than if you're Deadeye. You can still do it because it is like a little bit of extra damage. But if you have 20 extra spirit, definitely spend it on Deadly Herald on your Herald of Thunder. Playing Lightning Ranger Deadeye for the first time, the armor with the piece that makes enemies have the same lightning res as you be good at all. Uh Probably not. Um we don't By the end, we don't really care about lightning resistance. We have enough pen to cut through Pinnacle bosses lightning resistance down to 0 pretty much. I The last time I totaled it, I think we were at 66% pen. Pinnacle bosses have 70% res, so you would just need like one jewel line to cap it against pinnacles. And the only other time you can run into more than 70% resistance is against elemental aura stacked on a waystone that also has 50% extra elemental res. That's like the only time you can actually have your damage resisted at all by enemy resistances. Or whenever you have a lightning rare with the extra waystone 50% elemental res. I'm on Act 2 normal still. If you're on Act 2 normal still, if you want to deal with resistances better before you stack up your pen, put on Conductivity Curse as one of your skills. How do you feel about the buffs? I mean, I'm excited for the buffs, but also I feel like they weren't particularly necessary, but I think I also just wasn't at the point in the game where they will be necessary, I suppose. I don't know. I was kind of looking forward to actually needing more gear to blast pinnacles than last season. So I wasn't too bothered by the fact that my pinnacle bossing DPS would be lower than last season, because our pinnacle bossing last league was obnoxious. It didn't even feel like a fight. It didn't feel like I was playing a video game. So I was kind of excited to like struggle a little bit against pinnacles. 30% more damage. Maybe it still won't be the best and it'll still be a fight and it'll still be fun, but I mean, I guess I'll take a buff, I suppose. How does Lightning Ranger compare to Lightning Huntress? If you're playing Lightning Amazon, like Lightning Arrow Amazon compared to Lightning Arrow Deadeye, the biggest difference is just Deadeye will map faster and have better skill speed. Like the mapping will just feel better as Deadeye. because of the evasion, the skill speed, the evasion, the skill speed, the extra arrow, and the movement speed all make mapping better. But the Amazon has better bossing DPS. Is the trade-off. If you were to ask me, having like come to that decision, that acknowledgement of how those two classes compare with the skill, would I have played Amazon instead of Deadeye this league? No, probably not. You definitely spend more time mapping than bossing. At least I do. I'm definitely not going to like farm pinnacles over and over and over. So I would prefer my mapping to just be as ridiculous as possible. Servers are up. Sick. Thank you for letting me know. I was just kind of sitting here. I wasn't even looking. Didn't you feel like killing bosses doesn't give you much good loot as it did before? I feel like the loot sucks this league, if I'm being honest. But I think that might be just because I don't have my Atlas finished. If I finish my Atlas and I'm playing juiced maps in juiced towers, in juiced
Another
corruption
democratic
and
soldier for the cause.
cleansed zones, I feel like the loot will feel fine. But because I'm just pathing the fastest way possible to finish my Atlas, I think that's why the loot feels bad. 4.6 gigabytes? God damn. Maybe the stream will lag. Does anyone play with Lightning Warp? I think it's new this season. I haven't heard of it. I have not played with Lightning Warp, but that's probably because I'm playing with Rhoa. They did make it like slightly better than before. Can I get an invite to the guild? Yeah, sure. If anyone wants an invite to the guild, just hit me up once I'm back in game. The Voltaxic bow? I actually don't know what that is. Voltaxic Rift. What the hell? Oh. Wow, that is really weird. That does a lot of things. I don't know what I think of that. "100% of lightning damage converted to chaos. Your chaos damage can shock." This seems like something that would probably be better with Monk. Someone that has more access to chaos damage scaling, because if you do this, it throws out all of our lightning damage scaling in our tree. You can't stack lightning pen. I don't think it's good for Deadeye, but I think it would be good for like there's probably some kind of build that could use it with Monk. You didn't talk about the unique ring you're using as something to go after, or you're testing yet. I didn't talk about the ring because I didn't own the ring yet. I bought the ring last night. The ring, I updated it in the mobiletics guide though, and I have a little section that I talk about the ring. So let me scroll down to it. Death Rush gives the extremely powerful onslaught buff for 4 seconds on kill, 20% more skill speed, 10% movement speed, greatly improving map clearing capability, although it doesn't do anything for boss fights. It would take an extremely good normal ring to match the amount of power given by onslaught, so this is likely a cheap alternative for mapping power. Basically, what it comes down to is if you have your resistance assorted, if you have all of the benchmarks and breakpoints that we talked about in the video, and you can afford to give up a ring, I would do Death Rush. Because the skill speed and the movement speed feel good. But you would not use it for bosses, because it doesn't do anything. Lightning
Another
Rod, because it's
Democratic
Standard League,
soldier
didn't
for the
realize it
cause.
was shit. Do I add crit onto my items, or will the passive tree suffice if I respec? If you're playing Lightning Arrow in Standard League, you will if you're playing my build in Standard League and you're
Another
needing to change
Democratic
things,
soldier for the cause.
you are going to need to change your items to crit if you want to like scale endgame, like pinnacles and juiced high delirium stuff like that. It's going to require changing gear. But if you're not doing that, just changing the passive tree should be fine. Yeah, just swap on bossing. Like if I was going to do a pinnacle fight, I would change the death rush ring. No, it's all good, Syrinx. It's like a new thing that I just added last night, so. The resist part is what always gets me all the time. Yeah, resistance can be kind of a pain in the ass to stack up. I used lightning rod because that was good in standard. Oh, I see. Okay. I mean I'm not at pinnacles yet, but I have a feeling that it's going to be a good idea to incorporate real critical stats into your gear to scale against pinnacles. And considering like we're investing quite a few of our passive points into notables for critical. So it makes sense to like go all in on crit, especially because we don't stack attributes the way we did last league. That is the biggest reason why we're crit this league. We're crit because Lightning Rod in the passive tree as a notable got nerfed and sucks now. So you can't just go for Lucky Strike and ignore crit. And because stat stacking got nerfed into the ground, especially if you were not a hard stat stacker and you were just a soft stat stacker that was just taking advantage of overtuned items like Hands of Wisdom in action, right? The way we were. Because we don't do that anymore. That frees up a lot of lines that we were like spending on dexterity and intelligence. And we also don't need the amount of intelligence we needed last league
Another
because
Democratic
we're not
soldier for
doing
the cause.
cast on shock ball lightning anymore. So we don't need all that intelligence. That means that we don't need as many stats on our gear. We can spend those lines that we now have freed up on crit. Is Expedition the most viable endgame mechanic due to Recombinator? I haven't really got a chance to play with it, but Expedition is definitely very lucrative this league. Especially because the Alroth's Resolve Flask is back up to being expensive like it was at the beginning of the first league. Because it's like the best flask in the game and no one has it. Give me passive points. Level 83. Everything of making a full playthrough playlist. My VODs get saved. Pretty much almost all of my gameplay has been live broadcasted on YouTube. I think one of the live streams did not save though because it was 18 hours long. Are you able to do a guide for Ice Shot? My heart really wouldn't be in it because I haven't played it. It would be kind of disingenuous for me to make a build on Ice Shot. Which is the same story for the Spiral Volley, but the thing about Spiral Volley is I really did intend to play it. But then Rhoa was broken. Yeah. Well, that's just kind of how it worked out. I only played Deadeye last league. I played Deadeye this league. And I'm intending to branch out this league and play different builds and make videos on different builds. Because I spent a lot of my last league experimenting and making guides on basic mechanics. I'm hoping that I'll have more time this league since I've already made a lot of those videos, although I kind of need to make them again because they changed everything.
Indeed.
I'm not sure.
Go on.
I might end up just spending my... That's actually... Hello. Mr. Rogue Exile dropping me some juice. What's going on?
Select more otherworldly remnants.
Yeah, if anyone wants an invite to guild, just let me know. Era Viana in game. Ice Shot Deadeye still good? I don't know. I didn't play Ice Shot. Maybe Moxie would know. I know he did Ice Shot. I don't know what he's done this league, though. I think he's just played Amazon. Is Death Harp worth it for LA? No. No Expedition Affinity option? Negative review. I had to make the new Twitch because I'm too lazy to recover my old account, but brother, I got 9k energy shield now, all capped resistance, easy game. Oh, hey there, Tato. What's up? It does sound balanced. I was thinking I would make a breakdown of the Atlas mechanics, like a video on Atlas mechanics, because it's not very clear how you're supposed to max your Atlas this go around. It is anything but clear. That was kind of fast. I feel like I might have underpriced it. I mean, it's a pretty fire ring, but it's not the best thing ever. I'm gonna let him have it. I think 20 is a fair price. I could be an ass about it, but 20 is pretty fair. Just killed Cruel Doriani 10 minutes before Bat Shop. Nice. What does the guild stuff do? Just for guild chat? Just for guild chat, and also we put gear in these boxes for people to use. Just like stuff that seems like it'd be decent or okay-ish for someone to just pick up and use at any time if they want. Or if you see an upgrade in here, you can just take something out of the box and use it. If you get something you feel like might be good for somebody and you want to donate it to the box, you can just throw it in the box. We also like keep some gems on hand, skill gems for people to use if they want. If you get some maps that have modifiers that brick your character and you can't run them, you could throw them in here, and then you could take one that you can run. And then the guild bank is just for like storing currency that we could potentially use for like events, or we could use to like buy new gear for people eventually or something like that if people were just throwing currency in here. Typically the guild bank doesn't really get utilized until people retire from the league, because like we'll have someone be like, yeah, I think I'm done playing PoE for this league, I'll see you guys next league, I threw all my currency in the bank, good luck, that kind of thing. That happened a couple times last league, I think. My current Quiver. Also, if you actually want to see my gear, you can just click the mobiletics link pinned at the top of the chat. Click on the live variant, like the live gear set variant. That is my current set. Price changes. Yeah, some people just play the game like the stock exchange. We call them hideout warriors. How much one div right now in X? I think it was like 51. 51 exalted orbs for a div right now. 53. $54, 53. I think I'm understanding the vision. There's an in-game guild system? Yeah, there's an in-game guild system. Guilds. Oh, there's also a guild hideout. Which doesn't really matter because you can only have one map active here. But I mean, if you wanted to, like, I guess hang out or something, you could... Eventually, I might decorate it if we get, like, a cool one to use. It's kind of scuffed, though, because they don't let you use your, like, ridiculous supporter pack hideout for a guild hideout. They really need to add a version of this hideout to the guild hideout. It's messed up that that doesn't exist.
Speak.
I think I need to change my atlas a little bit. Actually, no. I mean, that's kind of how I want to have it. Because I don't open chests, is what it comes down to. And then we'll grab that and that. That'll be that. Okay. And now we keep going. Didn't know list of guild members, right? You can't do anything with the guild. Talk with each other. You can share gear with each other through the guild stash, which is definitely more convenient than interpersonal trading. Because they'll just be like, hey, does anyone have this? It's like, yeah, I threw it in the guild stash for you. It's like, thanks, homie. And then you grab it and you move on with your day instead of having to, like, invite people to party. It's also really fun to have a guild at the beginning of leagues because you maintain your guild even in different leagues. So what we did was, like I mentioned earlier, we put gear in the box if it looked like it could be good for someone. And we just kind of, like, did that to help each other out through campaign and through beginning of Endgame. And it's just like, I don't know, it's a really fun communal experience to be, like, sharing gear with each other when the economy doesn't even exist yet. Show me what you use to kill bosses. I barrage them with lightning rods, mark them with voltaic mark, and then lightning arrow them until they die. Refreshing the lightning rods as necessary. Look at that. Look at that, chat. You can see all of the rares. What a good change.
Meet your end. Too weak, too slow.
I'm not actually looking at the screen, I'm just looking at the map, honing in on them.
Storming arrow.
Time! How'd we do? Is that a world record or what? We didn't have to teleport back. That'd be crazy time. That's so much better. You feel the buffs? Not really. I mean, I feel the buffs, but like also I was already killing things, so doesn't feel different to me.
Speak.
It'll feel different on bosses. I will feel the difference on bosses, guaranteed. Actually, do we want to... Let me kill a boss. We'll kill a boss and see what the DPS looks like. How many players per guild? What server? You play? I mean, I'm in the Dawn of the Hunt League. The amount of players per guild is scalable. It starts out at a default of 30 guild members, but you can pay $10 for 10 more spots. To my knowledge, infinitely. I don't know if there's an upper limit or not, but anytime the guild gets full, I just buy more spots. Just poofing everything out of existence. The Lightning Rod DPS is definitely better, because I feel like I can consistently just drop one Lightning Rod instead of barraging rares. That's like the biggest difference. I think I actually have nearly fully expanded this breach. Yeah, like one rod is enough now. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely seeing the damage difference. What's our tooltip now? 8,300.
Thunderous shot. Barely broke a sweat. Prepare yourself.
Loot filter you're using? My loot filter is just like a basic one from whatever it's called. Why can't I think of the name right now? I'm just using a basic loot filter.
Not yet.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely better. I would already say what it was before was good, but better. That's a really nice quiver. That's like probably better than my quiver. Yeah, it's a really good quiver. Definitely use that, especially this early in the league. No, I don't have Headhunter. If I had the currency for Headhunter, I'd probably use it. Yeah, that's a really sick bow. Good DPS. Good corrupt. Yep, sick bow. Very sick bow for this early, especially. Got you from off screen. No. Rods were not nerfed. Everything was buffed. I'm also on Dawn of the Hunt. Do you take noobs in? Yeah, anybody can join the guild. What's my IGN? Araviana. Because I named her Aravina last league, but I couldn't use that name again. So we're Araviana. What are we doing? That bow rips. That thing is sick. Hell yeah, you can clear T15s with that bow. You can clear 15s with a bow as low as 200 DPS. It just won't be comfy. You go 300 plus, it'll get more and more comfy. Like the only difference. Also, depending on level. Like if you get higher level, you know, you get more passive points, more and more comfy. Higher DPS bow will make it feel comfier earlier as far as leveling goes. The benchmarks I provided are pretty accurate, though, in the mobiletics guide. Spent all you had on it. It was worth it, dude. That bow is awesome. Oh, no. Gross. Oh, I'm so slow. The worst. Damn it, Jonathan. I feel the weight.
An easy trophy. No mana. I shall overcome. Now this will come in handy. I need more mana.
Yeah, the damage is just stupid now. And you don't even have to be accurate with your lightning rods anymore because they chain from so much further away. Yep, that's a sick quiver. That's an amazing quiver. That is 6 good lines on a quiver. Not the highest rolls in the world, but they don't need to be. We are less than a week into the league. 6 good lines on a quiver is fantastic. Yeah, this is sad Chocobo right here. Oh god, the weight. I feel the weight. I feel the vision regulating me.
Too weak, too slow. No mana.
Wait, there's no affinity for tablets? That's objectively wrong. That's morally wrong. Did they add tabs for it at least? More passive points than what's allocated. Is this because you're compared to the guide? You need to change to the end game page. There's multiple pages on the mobiletics guide. There's the starter guide, and then there's end game. You need to shift to the end game page. I started mapping. Is this all right? Yeah, that bow's great. That bow's fantastic to start mapping. That'll feel great. You even have mana on kill. It's gonna be super comfy for you. What are the changes for passive tree in the Deadeye tree? Nothing. How do you look for a good bow? You look for a good bow using the... I put it in my video. I put like a picture of how to search for good bows in the trade site. Whenever I was talking about the bow. Wait, they brought in the Rhoa skin? Is it... You have to buy it? Where is it? I want the Rhoa skin. Show me the Rhoa skin. Where's it at? I'll buy it right now.
Fury. Too weak, too slow.
Lightning arrow skill skin? I wasn't interested in it.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
Be under skill effect, right? Gem effects. Oh, wait, it looks... Oh. Huh. I actually don't like it. Never mind. I like my Rhoa the way it is.
In my sights.
It's kind of dead and ugly.
Quick and lethal.
This is nice. This is a good change.
Speak.
Very good change.
Everything you have done is only made
Fury.
Riding Rhoa give you a set amount of movement speed? No, riding Rhoa is based on your movement speed. Oh yeah, Delirium lasts 2.5 times as long now.
Too weak, too slow.
That's huge. We're gonna get like level 6 rewards every single time then. Without even having points in the tree. I'm actually okay with us being good for Delirium. Yeah, like, we're gonna be done with the map before it expires. Actually, we might not get level 6 rewards because there aren't enough enemies on the map to give us level 6 rewards. Yeah, we didn't get level 6 rewards because we killed everything and there wasn't enough enemies. That's sick. Can you suggest best jewels? My perfect, bestest, favoritist jewel would be evasion plus some kind of damage roll, doesn't matter which, in the prefixes. And then the suffixes, I would say before I clear Pinnacle content, would be either double attack speed or double critical stats. Or a mix. Attack speed, critical stats. Doesn't really matter. And then as I got progressively more OP and didn't care anymore, I would phase out some of those suffix rolls for movement speed. Wow, this lasts so long. Like, I know I can end it, but I'm just waiting to see how long this lasts now. This is crazy. All right, there, it's over. Wow. Yeah, we had time to clear the map twice. Where are my rewards? Wait. Where are my rewards? Jonathan? There they are. Okay. Thank you, Jonathan. They fuck up the objectives, dropping a guaranteed map? I don't know. They did. I kind of wasn't paying attention. Tablets. Delirium. Reaches delirium and irradiation. That's what I'm all about this league. Oh, and chance to include shrines. I'm all about that too. Juice. Weird. Hey there, Gregorian. How important is attack speed for Spiral Volley? I feel like it's kind of wasted since I'm really spamming it. Progressively more important, but not as important. Ideally, you want to just spin once and everything's dead. I didn't see if the belt change made it in. Is that still pending change? The belt change would be sweet. Our breaches almost look like 0.1 breaches. Almost. I think they actually would look like 0.1 breaches if we had points in the breach tree.
Storming arrow. Face me.
The servers are doing very well right now. I can't move. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make this trade. I can't move. Wah, wah. Hi, I got a question. Heft support for Lightning Rod and Fub Gun crit build. He used it on my Path of Building. The damage goes up. In-game DPS Heft shows no DPS. What do you think about Heft support? I think that Heft support doesn't work with Lightning Rod, and Fub Gun updated that build without actually playing the game yet, and then never touched it again for money. Because Heft doesn't work on Lightning Rod this season.
Speak.
Not bad. Be something. Item level 80. The evasion's kind of low. Got one prefix line left in it. One suffix. No. Not great. Like maybe 5 at best. Not gonna take the time to check. Not good. Path of Building also doesn't show the DPS change because Path of Building was quote-unquote updated to the new league for money. It doesn't have all of the changes, like how whenever it came out, meta gems didn't work with it, and it was terrible and useless.
Which you cannot control.
Barely broke a sweat. Monstrosity.
Need the ball. Help him out.
Slow.
I'm gonna stay in the map just a little bit longer to try and... No, it's ending. I wanted level 5.
Storming arrow.
Oh well. Guess we're doing this instead. That was the vision. Yeah, dude, being able to see the rares is such a life-changing change for the game. It should have been like this from the start. I've been saying this since last league. I don't need to feel the weight of walking to every corner of the map to check for a rare. Just let me blast. I just want to blast. Mongolian Chocobo build. That's a good name for it, isn't it? You know that message that's coming up on the left trying to get you to look at their hunt boxes? Whatever you do, do not look at their hunt boxes. That shit is... like... If it was any other company besides GGG charging that much for cosmetics, they would get lynched, basically, online. Twitter would have their head. Those loot boxes are disgustingly priced.
Nowhere to run.
5 bones per piece of a set, and you are getting random things. Potentially $250 just to get the one set of items you want. Yeah, that expensive.
Speak.
Just thought I would mention that since they keep shoving that message in our face every 30 minutes. Like an automated message for some reason. Ooh. That's cool. And now it's less cool. It's a little more cool. Now it's actually pretty cool. It's actually not bad, is it?
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
I can just go in the 20x box. I can't be bothered. So look into it. I miss my banker. One of my buddies was having a really bad league start last league. And he just sat at our guild chest and merched all of our stuff for us and then took a cut. Because his build was really expensive and he couldn't play it. It saved us a lot of time.
This worries me.
It's probably more than 20x, but I don't care. Decent items should not be getting gate kept to like divines that people don't have. Can you show your bow? Sure. And just for anyone that's curious about my gear, if you want to know anything about the items I'm currently wearing, if you open up the mobiletics guide, you can type !build on Twitch, or it's pinned at the top of YouTube. Go to my mobiletics page. There is a live gear set variant in the list that shows exactly what I'm currently wearing. And look over everything. All right. We need big waystone chance. Big waystone chance. I've been watching Loopy too much. He infected me with overusing the word big. Now I'm doing the big thing too. That's a Gucci map. Let's go get killed doing it. Is the Delirium guide still relevant, or has stuff changed with it? The basics are the same. But Delirium is definitely better run through the mirrors now. It's the opposite of the original League.
There is no patriotism without capitalism.
Hawk, Rhoa, and Bolt on that thing.
I hate that you did that, Blade, but thank you for the $2. Hawk, Rhoa.
Fury. Cut you down. An easy trophy.
I'm playing a little bit scared just because the map is very juiced and we have no respawns. And like I've been saying, not a tank. We are glass cannons. The extremely mobile glass cannons. Need to use the you need to utilize the mobility and play careful whenever we're playing sus maps that we don't have the survivability to have any business playing. I'm actually okay with the Delirium ending already, not gonna lie. Delirium percentage is kind of sus right now.
Fury. Barely broke a sweat.
Also, not a lot of freedom of movement on all these catwalks. Very sus. Pretty good. Level 5 rewards. I don't think we missed too much in the form of drops. I only have 1500 life. 1500 life and 83% evasion with Tailwind stacked.
Out of mana.
Alright, this will be a more telling test.
One way or another, this ends here.
I guess the shield is right there. All right, fair enough. I didn't feel like I walked out of it. My health drained away almost instantly. My bad, I guess. Oh yeah, look at that. Wait, no. No, that's just in the suffixes. Belt change didn't happen yet. Sag. Alright, well that sucks. Is what it is, though. Messed up. The visualization of that is not very good, though. More and flat fizz or lightning or both. Whatever's higher, whatever you can stack higher, doesn't matter.
I had hope.
You can use a physical or lightning bow, and they're going to be very similar results.
Storming arrow. Quick and lethal.
Last league, my bow had a lot of lightning. This league, my bow is all pure physical. Not really a difference. Just whatever you can get cheaper. Typically, you'll get lightning bows cheaper, or like bows with lightning mix cheaper than you'll get pure physical. Because more builds use pure physical, and only we use pure lightning. Or not pure lightning, but you know what I mean. Only we mix in lightning at all. Or rather, only we can.
Storming arrow. Too weak, too slow.
Do you think LA is still better than Gas Arrow at the moment? Yeah.
Another democratic soldier for the
Fury.
cause.
But you can rerun those now? What? Oh no, you guys were talking about the tower. See that? Never mind.
Another democratic soldier for the cause!
Thank you for the build. Enjoy it so far. T7, why did you remove magnetic salvo? Because you can't use it while in the Rhoa. You can still have it on your bar if you want. I just took it off to make it more clear. There it is. My evasion and resistances. Capped. Elemental res. No chaos res. 76% evasion unbuffed. Now, acrobatics is pretty unrealistic this league, unfortunately. The nerf to Wind Dancer and the nerf to acrobatics itself make it pretty hard to stack enough evasion to make it work. It's possible very deep in the league I'll use acrobatics, but for now we got to do without.
Too weak, too slow.
Do I have more deaths? Not really. That's pretty uncommon. The thing about this build is you have so much freedom of movement that when a death happens, typically you can analyze exactly what you did wrong. Because you're practically immune to projectiles, so that doesn't kill you. You can outrun any melee enemy, so physical slams aren't a problem. And the only thing that's really going to kill you, one-shot you, is getting hit by AoEs that don't get blocked by evasion. So it's like a puddle on the ground or something that you ran into, or like an explosion you didn't see. So it's always like avoidable when you die. So it doesn't feel Doesn't feel shitty to die when it happens. You can, of course, build more maximum life, and it'll happen less. But we're too early in the league for that to be realistically affordable to have a lot of maximum life. Like, would I love to have like 2300 maximum life and an Allroth's Resolve Flask right now? Absolutely. But I'm not rich, and I spent a lot of my time. I spent like 3 days of my league editing videos instead of playing. So I just kind of don't have the resources for stuff like that. But if someone does, then they absolutely should do it. But it definitely doesn't feel necessary the way it did last league without the Rhoa. The Rhoa just makes it so dying is much more avoidable. I'm so glad that Delirium feels good. Delirium was my favorite PoE1 league mechanic. Having Delirium feel bad unless you were running it on maps was just not okay. Often drop from the Rhoa and get heavy stun. How to avoid that? More stun threshold. Stun threshold doesn't affect the Rhoa. More HP. Your maximum health. Just die to dots. Shouldn't die to dots. Be able to just life pot through dots.
What is it?
Ooh, oh my god. Wait, this thing's potentially crazy. If this rolls a lightning damage prefix or physical damage, this Quiver is insane. This is a big exalted orb. I don't think there's a better way to do this. Rhoa skill gem. You can also check my build guide it's pinned at the top. I have all that there. And my live gear set, if you want to look at my gear. It's a huge slam. Massive slam. Off the bed, good luck. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Ooh. Okay. We sell it to an Amazon. We sell it to an Amazon for all of the money. Surely that'll work. No, it's actually not worth that much because it doesn't have proj skills. It's like maybe a div quiver. I don't know though. This is really well rolled. It could be like this. Just for the prefix roll. Because it's a near perfect prefix roll for Amazon, right? I don't know the price exactly, but like that is definitely not a cheap quiver. 30% movement speed. They're kind of trash. Amazons use bows? They can. Like an Amazon could play my build if they wanted. and it would be good. If someone plays Amazon and they play this build, it would work perfectly fine. Well, that sucks. Go around. You would just need to change up a couple of the notables. The shoes that I put in the 5X box had 30% move speed.
You will never get that which
Storming Arrow.
The vision. Yes.
I need more mana. I shall overcome.
The vision. I see it.
Fury.
Hey Exiles, we wanted to slow the game down, so we nerfed the endgame builds that were popular last league. Also, here's a Rhoa. Have fun.
Too weak. Too slow.
Wait, I'm still in delirium. Yeah, you're just in delirium the whole map now. 2.5 times delirium duration might have been too much. Throwing that out there. Where's the Noah? The Rhoa stun meter is right here, right above your health and mana flask. This yellow bar is heavy stun. If it reaches full, you fall off the bird. And you'll see it just like doesn't go down while we're riding around. The only way you make it go down is you got to get off and get back on. And then it goes down. So you have to keep an eye on it. Anytime it gets close to half, typically want to get off and reset it. Eventually, you kind of just stop caring because you kind of stop getting hit. 5% movement speed body, 25% boots. How are you still that much faster? I don't know.
Yes.
Well, that was Shrine. I was Shrine there. Likely the reason. Shrines are really good. I updated my Atlas page on the mobiletics, I think this morning. There were some people that were asking me what my Atlas is or would be. I haven't finished the Atlas yet, but I did include what it would be and updated it this morning. Wait, I didn't kill all the rares. There's still a rare. I still missed a rare. That is so fried. Where is he?
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
Oh, he is all the way up there. All right, no wonder I missed him. Oh, shit. Fair enough. How's the build feel after the buffs? About the same, just like slightly better. You know, rares that I would normally barrage lightning rod, I can just
Take this.
fire one lightning rod at and
Barely broke a sweat.
bosses die much quicker. But it didn't feel bad before, so it feels kind of weird receiving a buff that didn't feel necessary. Especially given the interview with Jonathan yesterday with Ziz, where he was like, we don't want you to be too powerful before you have your items. Like, you need to build items in the endgame. So the way my damage felt before the buffs was like, oh, okay, I'm just going to have to build more items and have better gear than last league. Like, last league, I felt like I could do all of the content in the game with like only 40k tooltip DPS. And then by the end of the league, I had like 100k tooltip DPS that I had just gotten for show pretty much, just to do the same thing that I was doing slightly faster. It didn't feel very gratifying. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to need some more gear this league. And I still will. But also they're like, here's a 30% buff before like literally anyone has seen if you need too much gear in the end game or not. That was a little out of pocket. But I will say the chaining change to Lightning Arrow needed. That should have happened last league. Because the chaining with Lightning Arrow was awful last league, and it was awful this league. And it took having no Ball Lightning or Orb of Storms in the picture for them to realize, hey, Lightning Arrow chaining feels bad.
Easy trophy.
Because no one was chaining Lightning Arrow to Lightning Rod by endgame last league, outside of when they were mapping. No one was using it for bossing DPS. You didn't really see how bad it was most of the time. Did I give up on updating Spiral Volley? Spiral Volley's updated. I updated that build like 2 nights ago. Now, did I give up on playing Spiral Volley? Yeah, until they nerf Rhoa. When they nerf Rhoa, I'll go play Spiral Volley. And Spiral Volley is a good alternative if someone wants to play Deadeye, but they don't want to play Rhoa. But I definitely do want to play Rhoa, because this shit is super fun, and I want to enjoy it before it's gone. And also hopefully get rich off of it, currency-wise. Since it can farm so quick. Hopefully if they do decide to nerf it this league, which they may or may not nerf it this league, they might do what they did last league and just be like, yeah, have fun until next league. If that happens, then I'll be renaming the guild to the Rhoa Riders of Rohan. But if it does get nerfed, I'll be playing Spiral Volley and hopefully have a lot of currency to make a sick build with it by the time that happens. 14 charge barrage is nuts, yeah. Yeah, exactly that. "14 charge snipe, 14 charge spiral volleys." Big damn.
Storm point.
Yeah, I mean, I did all I could. That breach was in a bad spot.
Got no pack space for that.
Lightning archers using both Heralds of Lightning and Ice. Just got a second Spirit Gem. Should I do Herald of Ice or Wind Dancer? Wind Dancer.
Yes.
Herald of Ice. Herald of Ice was never that good for Lightning Arrow, Lightning Rod last league. It really wasn't. So many people ran the Lightning Arrow, Lightning Rod with Herald of Ice last league and came to my stream, changed to my build with just Lightning Arrow, pure Lightning Rod, no cold damage, no wasting passive points on cold stuff, no wasting lines on gear on cold, just pure damage, and so many people were happier just running without the cold. Not to mention, you hit the end game last league, where the hardest content in the game was finishing simulacrums, and all of that investment in cold was completely worthless because they don't have corpses. So I didn't recommend it last league, and I definitely don't recommend it this one. Very overrated. Even when it was proliferating itself. Back and forth. Bird is dodging me while I'm trying to get on. Yeah, I should probably invest in this real quick. Don't, Oh, they're going up a little bit. Don't tell anyone, but ameliorations are kind of the best thing ever. Oops. Whenever you're pushing above level 90. Especially whenever you're running a questionable defensive setup. No, dude. Temporal chains.
Fury. I need more mana. In my sights. Too slow.
Also, fun bit of tech. If you're still like level 70s, 80s, and you get cursed with temporal chains in your map, and you have extra lives, like extra respawns, extra portals, just die. You'll die, you'll lose a little bit of experience, but then the curse will fall off. You won't be cursed anymore for the rest of the map. Totally worth it. I miss being able to die. I would immediately die anytime I had temporal chains. But now it's not worth it anymore. DBS. If you want to look at my gear, click on the link pinned at the top of YouTube. That's my mobiletics page. Under the variants section, click on live gear set. You can look at all my items there. Would this work on Amazon? Yeah, it would. If you want to play this on Amazon, the biggest difference will be your bossing DPS will be better, your mapping will be slightly slower. Those are the trade-offs. And if you play it on Amazon, you'll want to pick up the... Let's see... One second. Need to not be killed by this stupid thing. Need to pick up... I don't know what you would drop, but need to pick up nearsighted. Not farsighted. You need to pick up nearsighted if you're playing a Amazon. Probably the only significant difference.
Don't mind if I do.
God, getting maimed with temporal chains is a crime.
An easy trophy.
Go!
For the cause.
Storming arrow.
Brother, I can't move. I cannot wait to get some points into Breach. It's gonna feel so good. That actually felt like a rewarding map. How do you kill bosses with this build? Didn't understand the barrage thing. Okay, so bossing rotation. Just gonna go over it real quick. So you're fighting a boss, They're going to have a preloading period where they don't do anything. So we're going to set up a total of 20 lightning rods. It's the maximum number you can have. It takes 4 casts, assuming you are firing 5 arrows at a time. With 1 extra arrow from your quiver, or not quiver, 1 extra arrow from your bow, 1 extra arrow from your Ascendancy, and then 2 extra arrows from Scattershot. That gets our lightning rod up to 5. You can have 20 max, so 1, 2, 3, 4. You set those up before the boss spawns in. Boss spawns in. You have a barrage loaded and waiting. As soon as he becomes targetable, mark him with voltaic mark and fire the barrage. Wait. Fire the barrage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Barrage. Lightning rods. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Barrage. Lightning rods. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Until he dies. And keep the voltaic mark on him as many times as you need until he dies. It's optimal DPS.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
And the reason you stop at 8 is because lightning rod detonates a maximum of 8 times. And then it needs to be put back down on the ground. Rhoa plus Tame Beast is bad. I wouldn't recommend doing both. If someone doesn't want to use Rhoa, they can use Tame Beast and use a Haste Aura, but the Haste Aura pet can't keep up with the Rhoa. It keeps falling off over and over. It dies all the time, and it costs you 30% of your global defenses to run both at the same time. I just don't recommend it. Can I see your bow? Sure. And if you'd like to see any of my other gear, if you type !build in Twitch, it'll bring up my mobiletics link. Under the variants section, live gear. That is my current set of items. And I'll be keeping that updated as well if like anyone wants to keep up with my items or my build guide or whatever, then just follow the page. Favorite the page, I think is what it's called at the top. Ow. Am I chained again? This is messed up. I'm being regulated. Rogue Exiles really can't be that bad.
An easy trophy.
If all of their items are getting past my filter. I don't like doing this map. It makes me get off the bird. Makes me feel uncomfortable. Killed any Pinnacle bosses with this build? We're going to today. The thing is, editing all those videos, and by all those videos, I mean those 2 videos, it took like 3 days of my gaming time away. I didn't play at all for 3 days out of the league. So I'm kind of like having to catch up a little bit. That's like a testament to how effective the build is, because despite missing out on like 3 full days of potential gameplay, I'm still level 92 and a half. Really making me want to play Mountain Blade. I dead? Nope.
Stay light, stay alive.
Oh wow, inventory's like full.
Barely broke a sweat. That would only slow me down.
Yeah, bag is full. Gas Arrow, boring to play, going to test your build. I'd recommend it. Definitely less clunky than Gas Arrow.
Yes.
Hmm. Hmm.
Speak.
Mm-mm.
Until next time.
Mr. Crit, I followed any game. Really appreciate the way you justify your choices and builds. Keep it up, man. I tried my best. It's definitely the most challenging to make good, concise builds that explain all of the logic and reasoning in PoE. Because there's just so many choices to be made. Like making a video where you justify all of them just takes a huge amount of time
Still overcome.
to make, but it's also the kind of information where it's more valuable the faster you get it out. So it's like sometimes I have to make the choice between, do I get the video out faster by like cutting some corners with the editing, or do I make the video as concise as possible, and then potentially like I have to spend a whole extra like day on it where I could be playing to make another video or something like that. And it's kind of tough to find the balance. It's always tough to find the balance with any game, but I found it particularly challenging with PoE. My content is shorter than it was last league. Basically just trying to maintain the most important parts of the video and the discussion, because something I've noticed about the content with PoE is the retention is very low. The video will be like 12 minutes long, 13 minutes long, and the average view will be for about 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 4 minutes. So whenever I see something like that, I have to wonder, what are the parts that everyone is skipping over, and what can I cut out to improve the viewing experience if a lot of this isn't being watched anyway. So I like being concise and explaining why we take things and do things, but I think I might also experiment with some content where I'm just like, do this, do that, take that, do this. Move on to the next section. Because whenever I take the time to explain it, I feel like I am maybe losing people's attention or interest in the discussion. By just like taking too long. I don't know though. Is Electric build and Frenzy Charge with Combat Frenzy viable? Maybe with the gloves. Probably with the gloves. It's not about how long the video is. I just don't watch them its entirety in one go. That's fair. Yeah, it's hard to gauge exactly what it is, but it's definitely most noticeable with PoE. Because typically my retention with my other content is very high. The recent Endgame LA video was pretty ideal, especially as a follow-up to the early game guide. It did all the meat that it needed. Yeah, I'm trying to strike that balance. I felt pretty good about the most recent release. I think so far the content has been the ideal length that I would like it to be. Also, we have a breach stone. Give me just a second. Sorry about that. I'm back now. How much spirit do we need to get from pieces? 120 under the main breakpoints. Yep, exactly that. Way to get rich from Recombiner. Not sure. Haven't really thought about it too much. Pause on the part and leave it there. Display, so maybe put the skill tree last so people have to watch the end. I feel like that would be... I don't know. Because I think they would just skip the video to the skill tree then. Because it's chaptered. Like, if I want to know the skill tree, then I'm just going to skip to the skill tree. If I'm watching a video. How I look at it. Alright, let's give this a shot. I don't know how this is going to go. But, we'll try to beat Zesht. Do I still have my ring? I do. We'll run this instead of the Death Rush. Oh, I actually need that intelligence to play the game, don't I? Yeah, I forgot I did that. I don't need too much, though. Yeah, okay, we're sorted. There's just the 5. So we'll use the Death Rush up to Zesht, and then we'll fight with Zesht, see how that goes. Oh, you're right, I never did set them to trade. Wow. Good catch. That's funny. Yeah, I didn't set them to trade since last league. Oops. Well. Okay, that one is on. Alright, so the rest are on, right? Yeah, okay. That's funny. Whoopsie. My bad. Like the Bear's Talisman, the helmet, do you think Iron is good too? I run Iron now. Because I really need the evasion. I think Bear would be a nice luxury. But... it's kind of tough to justify Bear because your helmet gives you the second most evasion out of your set. Like, the chest piece gives vastly more, but... I don't know.
The completed Breachstone is a gathering. There you can turn their own intrusion against them. Remember everything you see. So that... Remember everything you see out there.
Need my Thawing Charm as well. Alright. Let's give it a shot. See if we can burn tier 1 Zesht. That'd be a nice buff to our currency generation rate, I would say. Where's the home button? I don't see it. Okay. Huge Pinnacle content. First Pinnacle encounter of the league. Can we do it?
Storming Arrow.
Not if nothing spawns. What is this?
An easy trophy. fury.
Firing at too much nothing. Actually ran the flash dry.
Too slow.
Loud. Okay. I'll try for a mercenary build. All right. All right.
Rather not break my back.
Yeah. So that happened. And this is why I was saying I don't feel like we need the 30% damage buff. I know he's tier 1, but like Bro threw out 2 moves. I'm not even that strong yet. Lightning Rod got buffed. Lightning Rod got buffed 30% damage. Lightning Arrows also chaining more consistently. I can't move. The game's breaking again. I think he tracked me a little bit too fast for me to ride around him. Might need more movement speed. I think the game's crashing. This is unplayable. You think it's the hideout? It could be the hideout. Wouldn't that be funny? He gave them $500 to lag out. What are white breach rings going for right now? Actually, this isn't a level 82 one. This can't be that expensive. I doubt it'll even sell.
What is it? Congratulations on your success. This new Breach Lord Zesht, you've shown it that Ray class will not be so easily trifled with. Perhaps we will have enough time now. Time to research the problem. Until I can manage that, keep fighting back the Breach Lord's drones.
I think they changed this. It just seems cooked to me. I wouldn't use this thing. There's no way this thing's worth money. Reason Beacon a lot now. All right, what do we spend the points on now that this has changed a little bit? I think it's still just Frantic Invasion for the first 2 points. That did kind of answer an important question. What the Pinnacle damage would look like. I would say the Pinnacle damage looks just fine. Considering how early in the league this is, killing a tier 1 that fast is, I would say, pretty good.
Thunderous shot. Face me. Quick and lethal.
I hear a shrine. Not a good one. Alright. I no longer want to sell it. Took too long.
Fury. Barely broke a sweat.
Go on.
I'm surprised that didn't kill me. That is on the list of things that we don't let hit us.
Face me.
With that. Also that. Goodbye, chicken. Walking into bottom screen and having a bunch of exploding on death effect has killed me several times. Not gonna lie. Because you're just moving too fast, and by the time you recognize you're walking on it, it can be too late. But in that case, I was just trying to walk through it, and there wasn't really much of anywhere to go.
Fury. Easy trophy.
Eh. What? Did I not clear the map? I thought I did. Oh, the boss. Where's the boss? Oh, there he is. Yeah. Alright, well, that's what bosses look like. Show me your bow, please. Here's my bow. Also, if you click the link pinned at the top of the YouTube chat, that'll take you to my mobiletics page. The live gear set variant section of that guide has my current live gear set that I am currently wearing in game. So that is now a thing that is there for those that want to keep up with what I'm using to progress through the game.
Go on.
You can just favorite that page. Then there you go forever. Well, until next league, I guess. Where I change characters. Because I just want to play something else. Which is far more likely to happen this league than last, since I have done a whole league of Deadeye before. But I definitely want to be turbo rich before I ever shift away from this. I'm pretty sure this is going to be one of the best, if not the best, build that I could be running to get turbo rich. Do your bun, I love it. Nice. Glad you like it. What would make me turbo rich? Finishing my Atlas would be a good start, and then I'm thinking I'm probably going to finish my Breach tree, finish my Delirium tree, use T15s with Breach and Delirium. Build's really good at those. Just farm a lot of currency with rarity gear. Oh, I gotcha.
Don't mind if I do. Quick and lethal. Storming arrow.
Yeah, you can play this as Amazon if you wanted. If you play it as Amazon, the bossing DPS will be better, but the mapping will be slower. You play it as Deadeye, the mapping will be faster, the bossing DPS will be lower. Also have to change like a couple notables for Amazon compared to Deadeye, but it works just fine.
No mana.
I'm dead. Ugh, Val Factory is such a sus map at the best of times. And then having temporal chains is just so fucking awful. Hey, but look, we died, so we don't have temporal chains anymore. We got taxed 5x. This map turbo sucks, though. This is my least favorite map in the game. It's dark, everything shoots guns at you.
Not ready.
That was disturbing. A mirror chop could change your life. Huntress in this Deadeye build might be the best too so far. I am pretty confident that the best builds for this stage of the league especially are definitely builds that involve the Rhoa. Without question. Ooh. Good max life roll. I'm not thrilled with the resistances it's rolling right now, but no, I'm not thrilled with it at all. I'm the opposite of thrilled with it. 9 accuracy. It's actually not bad. I don't really want to sort through gear right now, though. The problem. I just want to blast. All I want to do is blast. Elon's maps, yeah. Don't like all the mobs having startup animations before they can be damaged. Also that. Find the Val Factory mobs to be some of the most egregious in design. Alright, we didn't get taxed 5x, we got taxed 7x.
Fury! Too weak, too slow. Return to death. That's quite nice. Too weak, too slow.
Oh, this is going to be the ultimate test. This is important. Did this fix the chains to this boss? Can I actually chain to him now? Yes, yes we can. Yes we can! I can fight! We're playing the game! Fuck that guy. Yeah, there you go. I'm pretty sure someone asked me earlier, what does the chain distance on Lightning Arrow mean for us? That. It means that. Exactly that. That guy was so annoying before because your Lightning Arrow couldn't chain to him. Or it couldn't chain off of him back into your Lightning Rod pile. It's too far out.
And now it does. It makes me happy.
Massive for us.
Go on.
Mm-hmm. Something I wanted to do. Can't remember what. Oh, stop the recording. I had to record that worked that way. Okay.
Fury.
So, the build got buffed. I did just make a video on it yesterday. Should I do like a small update video today based on the changes? And talk about some of the stuff that I didn't quite get to in the last one. Kind of playing with the idea of doing that. Please do that. Because I know there's, yeah, I feel like there are going to be folks that haven't caught the stream that are going to be curious about, like, how it affected it. Although, granted, I kind of wrote the script for that video and talked about it as if the changes had already happened to give it more longevity. In a way. I don't know. I think I'll do the update for it. Should be nice and quick. Also, will give me a chance to talk about some of the stuff that I kind of forgot to talk about, I guess. There were a couple things. And talk about, like, Perfect Jeweler, Herald, what to do with extra spirit. Some stuff that's come up on the stream today that people have just been asking about. Bow continue with 30 to 70 physical damage. Additional arrow. Can you show your bow? I have a question. Why don't you use Tame Beasts? Because if I was using Tame Beast, I would have to give up 30% of my global defenses, and that's terrible. I tried it. So you give up 30% of your defenses, which feels terrible. The beast isn't fast enough to keep up with the Rhoa, so you keep losing the aura. And on top of that, it fights and dies sometimes. It just doesn't feel worth it. Someone can run... If you want to run Haste Companion and not play Rhoa, that makes sense. But I would not run them together and sacrifice 30% of your defenses. It is just not worth it.
Trophy.
Yeah, it's a good thing to include in the video. Talk about Tame Beast. Talk about alternative for if someone doesn't want to play with the Rhoa. Because that's come up a couple times too. Thank you for the build, guys. About to give up on this POET patch if it wasn't for you. Hey. That's what I do it for. Awesome, dude. I hope you have a good league. Yeah, the beast dies a lot if you don't scale the minion stats. I didn't like it. I tried it. I tried running both. Immediately the vibes were off. I think I turned it off after like one map. We kind of laughed at it for a bit on stream because I was giga fast, and it was like, oh, look how fast I am whenever this thing actually keeps up with me. It's super cool. But yeah, no. Instead, now we just use Death Rush. Incorporated Death Rush into the build. I'm gonna kill him with... I didn't even have to relay the lightning rods. He's just dead. Disgusting what happened to that guy. Just died.
Speak.
I don't hate
Super
that.
Earth citizens are equal, but now you are super equal.
Why did that work that way? My alert box is broken, apparently. Didn't track that. Tato, thank you for the something. Oh, wait. Thank you for the membership. That's what it was. Wonder why it didn't do the alert. Anyway, thank you. Just like old times. This is not bad. My gems are, my jewels are shit, by the way. Okay, well that one's like pretty okay. This one's also pretty okay. They're like not very pretty okay though. You know what I mean? Like they're like this one's even better than this one. It's insane. Oh, this one. Yeah, this one's cooked, I think. This one's way better than this one. This one is... Yeah, okay. So this one's the cooked one. We don't use this one. I mean, I could give up a little bit of damage for evasion. That would be not a bad idea. Oh, wait. Didn't I just chuck... Yeah, I don't really want to do that, actually. I need the evasion. I prefer the evasion. How does this measure up? Alright, it's not a great jewel. It's a very mid jewel. And now it's even more mid. Become ultra mid. Get your artists to make some PoE Aravina emotes. True, I actually could do that. Do you stream on Twitch or just YouTube? I stream on both. You just wait to YouTube way more. I'm glad you do now too. Yeah. Well, it's a very life-changing event for me, as it turned out. All right. It just takes so long to traverse.
Reminds me of back home.
I think my alerts are just broken. Howard Plays, thank you for the Prime.
Fury.
Which is weird because it was working earlier. Yeah, thank you. Typically, don't actually get a whole lot of support whenever I play PoE, so it's very appreciated.
An easy trophy.
These things are so slow. Does higher viewer count on YouTube get you more money or anything? I think there are ads, like AdSense. Not particularly though. Streams are basically for fun. Streams are to interact with the community and have fun. They don't really make much as far as revenue. Ooh, free amelioration? Yeah, I'll take me one of those, sure.
Too weak, too slow.
Show Quiver. You can check all of my gear in the mobiletics link thing at the top of the chat. There's a live gear section on the variants. Just select that variant and you can see all of the gear I'm currently wearing. If you follow the page, I'm pretty sure you get notifications whenever I update it as well. Resurgences are also good. How can you join the guild? Just message me in game, Araviana. If you leave the area, no, the trial will not brick. You can come back to it. If you're playing Sekhmet, you can just come back. Have I considered making a PoE VTuber skin to use like you do with Helldivers? I have, actually, yes. I want to have other avatars made for other games. It's just about... Like, I have the funding to do it. We funded it with coffee. But the major barrier is just finding an artist that I want to trust with the job. And having enough time to actually look into it. It's been very busy.
Don't mind if
Yeah.
I do.
That lightning rod change with the lightning arrow, it hits different. It's so nice. Absolutely blasts now. Big fan. And why does every good map have temporal chains? A vision rune.
Fury.
Yeah, because it's going to be a very expensive job, and there are a lot of not very good artists in that field and some very good ones.
Easy trophy.
So it's just going to take some time to pick the one that I want. So, like, weigh a very large part of my channel and the future of my channel on. I did show my quiver. Here's me showing my quiver again. Again, the build is pinned at the top of the YouTube chat, and you can see my live gear there in the live gear section.
Hey.
Here's the thing.
What is it?
We talk about how that map was like over within a minute. Anyone notice that?
Storming arrow. An easy trophy. Shake dead.
Like, that recording is probably less than 2 minutes long, and we killed a boss. This is what every PoE 1 player wishes their favorite class in PoE 2 was like. It's crazy. It's so insane. Be right back, chat. Okay. Total domination build. Word. Big on jump backs and mobility. I don't know. It's just it's too strong to want to do anything else, though, is like the problem. Like this and Lightning Spear Amazon are just the best builds in the game.
Storming arrow. Barely broke a sweat.
Is there a way to search the Ascendancy ultimatums on trade site? Yeah, there is. You search by their level.
I shall overcome. Storming arrow. Too weak, too slow.
For chance and damage. Can show you in a sec. $75 plus is Ascendancy 4, yeah. Crit chance damage. It won't show you because the critical damage stat breaks whenever you equip overextend, but without overextend, it's 321%.
I speak. On with the work.
How many more spots do we have in the guild? Might actually have to buy more soon. 3, 4, 5. Does it not say somewhere? Am I crazy? I don't actually see it anywhere. Oh. Felt like that. 13. 36, 37. We have 3 more spaces before I have to get more. Decoration symbols being the same on your gear looks like you decided to just put every single point in shooting. Yeah. Well, their armor evasion. How high do you think you can scale crit chance when your build is completed? It's gonna come down to gear a lot. I don't know if it can reach 100%. I can get pretty damn high. Yeah, like it won't reach anywhere near 100%, but it really doesn't need to. Crit is just like the best way to scale damage, even if you can't reach 100% of it. Did I not? What is going on here? Wait. Hello? Oh, right, I didn't finish the map yet. How do you boss? It's an amazing build, but bossing is rough. Is there a boss on this map? No. We just killed a Pinnacle, like we killed tier 1 Zesht with it a minute ago, and it wasn't even really a fight,
Barely broke a sweat.
to be honest. I wouldn't say bossing is rough at all, to be honest with you. You just kind of set up lightning rods under them while they're monologuing. They stop monologuing. I'll just go over it again. I did this earlier, but whatever. All right, so they're monologuing, so you want to do 1, 2, 3, 4 sets of lightning rods underneath them, because that's going to give you 20 rods, assuming you have 5 arrows shot each. You put 20 underneath them. As soon as they become active, like right before they become active, pop barrage. They become active, voltaic mark them, hit them with a triple lightning arrow, and continue to shoot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Barrage, lightning rod, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Barrage, lightning rod, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Probably remark. Barrage, lightning rod, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like that until they die. Hand of Wisdom in action is still good, but I wouldn't use it for this build. We don't stack nearly enough attributes to make it worthwhile compared to just having a good glove. No problem. I'm chained.
You will die alone and afraid.
Might be a tactical death angle.
Quick and lethal.
Temporal chains is entirely too common on maps. This shit sucks. The worst modifier in the game.
Fury. Thunderous shot.
I usually just die on purple and get it over with. Yeah. That's how it feels. I'm like in the 90s now, so dying XP loss really sucks, and I don't want to pay 5 Exalted Orbs every death, or 7 Exalted Orbs every death for my Omen.
Wicked lethal. I don't have enough mana.
Just completely cooked.
We are in dangerous areas now.
My build guide linked at the top of the chat has my Atlas recommendation on it under the endgame section. But also shrines. I recommend shrines because you have enough points to get all of the important stuff, all of the Waystone modifier effect, all the item quantity, all of the item rarity, all of the tablet effect, precursor influence, unstable energy. Like, you have enough points to get all of this, and you have enough points to also make it all the way to shrine type selector. So exactly enough points to get like all the shrine stuff, and shrines are just so fun with Rhoa and so efficient with Rhoa. You get so much distance and value out of shrines because you never slow down. It is like actually super good. I wonder if I can get a better amulet. I'd really like to get a better amulet and then put a good anointment on it. But I'm really attached to the rarity on mine. Yeah, shrines last for sure, but shrines are super fun. You will not regret having them in your Atlas with this build. You will have some of the most fun you will ever have in Path of Exile if you have speed shrine boost with the Rhoa build. I have never had this much fun with Path of Exile. Because at first I wanted to test it to make sure it was good. So I said, through all my currency generation and everything important, I'm just going to get shrines because I want to see how much fun it is. And man, it's so worth it. Not over currency generation. This is more important. All of this is way more important. But this is fun as hell. It's... All right, we have collected some more Atlas points. Time to scan. All right, target spotted. Got more corruption to the south. Don't suppose we have anything closer. Is that corruption? No, it isn't.
Fury! You there, local, come. I shall overcome.
Hmm.
Gambling with our lives. Here we go. Storming arrow. Barely broke a sweat. I shall overcome.
Gamba. Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Hey, 200,000 gold for an Exalted Orb. They say that 90% of gamblers quit before they hit it big.
Easy trophy. Now this will come in handy.
I never quit. I just get thrown out. They're not the same.
Go on.
Where is the useless tab? Just watched your guide. Thinking about trying the LA Deadeye. I checked out the text guide. Well, I didn't see much about mana costs. I know that was a big deal in the previous league, and I see that you have plus projectile gems and fuse slotch. Increase the mana. Is it not mana hungry this league? If not, what is the main way to deal with the mana issues? So that is actually a very good, constructive reason to be worried about the mana. You know, there were a lot of folks asking me, like, how do I deal with mana? How do I deal with mana? And now that I think about it, they were probably asking me about it mostly because they remember last league mana being very bad. And I kind of forgot about that. So basically what it comes down to is this league, they reduced the mana cost of every attack in the game compared to last league and heavily reduced the cost of marks. So Lightning Arrow is not costing nearly as much as it did before in mana. But besides that, like, even if I shoot at a wall here, my mana keeps jumping back up because now we're running the new charged shots in the fourth slot, which refunds the mana every third shot. That's helping us sustain. And then if we just chug the potion while shooting, you can see it's all good. We sustain just fine. So as long as you have a good flask, you can just keep pumping. And if you want to make it super comfy, like you don't want to be using mana flask as much, then you can just get a mana per enemy killed line on your quiver, on a ring, or on a glove, and then it just makes it super comfortable. It's not necessary, but it just makes it comfy. Can you update new build? Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. I just put out the update yesterday. The endgame version of the build that comes up when you type !build, that is the build. I am gonna make another video about it though, but kind of funny. Yeah. How much is this worth? 2 minion levels? I mean, I kind of want to... Oh, it's definitely worth money now. For sure. Actually, wait. This is cringe. I'll move it over here. Herald of Thunder chaining better. It's the same as last patch. T2 maps and still no third Ascendancy item. Am I missing something? Third Ascendancy. Pretty sure that drops from any map, right? Right off rip. Probably hasn't happened yet. 3 Ducati from 1 trial. Nice. As quest reward, we take Venom Drought of Stone for stun threshold, yes. Elemental threshold is kind of better for riding around on the Rhoa, because we don't use our stun threshold when we're on the Rhoa. But it's really inconsequential. It doesn't matter very much. You need a level 65 token, so eventually you'll get a level 65 token. They'll become more and more common as you get higher level maps. No problem. If you want to look at any of my other gear, it's in the mobiletics link at the top. If you go to my mobiletics page and then click on the live gear set button for build variants, you can see all of my gear that I'm wearing right now in game. And I'll be keeping that updated. That's kind of cool. How much is this amulet worth? Check real quick. This is kind of a question for Twitch chat because I can't play music on YouTube without getting demonetized. But would you guys like it if I had music on the stream? I noticed that that's like a pretty standard thing for PoE streamers to have, is their music playing. It's something I've never done though. I was looking into setting it up today and then I ended up just starting stream without it. But figured I would ask opinions on it. Doesn't look like it's worth too terribly much, strangely. A little bit of ES. Not terrible. Yeah, it's like 20x for this thing. It's not like big money. Don't mind much music or not. Kind of indifferent, I suppose. That depends entirely on the music. That's fair. Just doubled my DPS. Mentor Senpai Demon. Thank you, thank you. Nice. Happy for you, man. Have a good stream. DT Music or Skyrim. I don't actually really know what music I would play. To be honest, I didn't think about it that hard. Alright, Lost Tower. What did that have? Reduced experience gain. Yay. I'm gonna be chained again. I don't want to be temporal chained. My snipe quiver is gross and found it on the ground. Sick.
Thunderous shot.
They need to fix that. That has been like that since late last league. They need to fix the vultures going into the floor, becoming untargetable, and then jumping and hitting you. Like, come on, guys. What are we doing?
Barely broke a sweat.
So you know what's really weird? I'm going on level 93. I've blasted well over 100 T15s at this point. I have not gotten a single raw divine drop. I've gotten 3 perfect jeweler orbs, but I've gotten 0 raw divines. It's so weird.
I need more mana.
That's pretty cool. That is a sick quiver. Oh, I just died. That just nearly killed me. I got resurged. Like, this should not be happening. That whole going intangible into the floor thing, that was happening late last league, so it's not like it's a new bug. They had plenty of time to fix it and just haven't. Very cringe bug.
I'm not ready.
Slam. Meh. Tablets. Delirium. FPS stutters. Sometimes. Good stack of XP gain on this map.
You cannot stop death.
Thunderous shot. Barely broke a sweat. Face me. Fury.
Wish Knife worked on Rhoa. I wish Fire Volley worked on Rhoa. Oh shit. Oh, where did he come from?
You have been judged.
Did he just appear and kill me?
Wanting.
Like teleport to me and slam me while I was on the floor? Wait, I kept all of the mechanics. Barrage and arrow because of the cast time. Not until you have really high attack speed. If your attack speed is high enough, you can lose out, but typically it's a gain, especially if you're in between packs. Like, technically, if you do that, right? Like, that's a net gain.
Quick and lethal.
I didn't even see that guy on my screen. Barrage Rod or Arrow. Depends on the situation. Usually it's Barrage Rod into Arrow. Like you walk into a rare, Barrage Rod Arrow. Unique chest gives you acrobatics with no penalty.
I can take you.
Acrobatics with no penalty. Is that real? Does it just mean you can't, like, get evade? What's the catch? Because there's no way that's free. How much is the budget for this build to be able to handle T15 with good clear boss damage? So the story of this build was I started the league with it. I played through the campaign with it. I played through Cruel with it. I started mapping with it. I never farmed any currency. I just spent what I naturally accrued throughout the campaign. I spent what I naturally accrued through Cruel and through early maps. And I maybe spent a grand total of less than 50 exalted orbs on the whole setup throughout everything, and I was able to clear up to tier 14s where I wasn't getting any tier 15s, so I got bored. I went and cleared both my tier 3 and tier 4 Ascendancy, which finally gave me a tier 15 map, and then we've just been farming tier 15 maps ever since and building up the gear from there. But definitely was clearing tier 15s and all Ascendancies with like a 50x budget. Now, was it easy to clear the 4th Ascendancy with 20k tooltip DPS? Not particularly, but it was very doable. It's just low evasion, I think. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that sounds very good. The majority of your evasion is your chest piece, so Ire's ire. It says it has a lot of evasion. Wait, no, this is PoE 1 wiki. PoE 2 wiki. It doesn't have terrible evasion. Can evade all hits if you have not been hit recently. No, I wouldn't do that. It's still super expensive on your total evasion because it's got pretty low evasion. It doesn't have no evasion, but it does have pretty low evasion. And then on top of that, it's only if you haven't been hit recently, which isn't as good as actual acrobatics.
Speak.
Like, I get the logic of wearing it, but the odds of that actually being beneficial and not detrimental are pretty low. If your evasion on your chest is low, it means you're going to get hit more often by projectiles. If you get hit by the projectile, that means you're not going to dodge the you're not going to dodge the actual AoE slam that kills you. And recently means within 4 seconds, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I feel like you couldn't rely on it at all. That's like the big problem. It'd be so unreliable, like more unreliable than acrobatics. And acrobatics is already unreliable. But at least like you can hedge your bets that it's going to do something. But like that very easily could do nothing. Often. Do nothing very often. I didn't want to get knocked off the bird. I was worried. No, I'm not going to use Acro until I get very high evasion in the ultra late game. It's not worth it. It got nerfed too hard. That and being on a Rhoa, you can avoid AoE slams pretty easily. If you get hit by an AoE slam, it's like typically skill issue and just need to play better, basically. That's how I feel about it. And I mean that, like, for everyone, including me. Like, I get hit by stuff, and then I'm like, yeah, I definitely should have played that better. I could have avoided that. Or I shouldn't have put myself in that position. Because we have complete and total freedom of movement, and we are extremely fast. Nothing should ever touch us with an area of effect attack. If we're locked in. Which is what acrobatics would block, eventually, is area of effect attacks. My tooltip DPS is 32k unbuffed, and then whenever we're hitting stuff and have onslaught and innervate, it goes up to 58.
Fury!
No problem, Ninja. Thanks for hanging out. Jungron was wearing it, called it the best chest in the game. Well, I'm saying it's not good.
Speak.
Jungron is a very smart individual. He's very good at making builds. He's very good at breaking the game. But he can be wrong. And he's definitely wrong about that chest.
You are greater than a god. Untouchable.
Take this!
Ooh, gamble box. My rarity at, I think like 60-70%. I lost a little bit of it whenever I put on the Death Rush ring. It's all in my ring and amulet at the moment.
Thunderous shot!
Ready to there it is. Let's move.
Oh, hell yeah.
The spirits made its choice. Time to finish this.
I couldn't see what was going on there. So I was just shooting at it. Just in case. The Charm Atlas bookmark and affinity changes will be coming. Okay. Let's go gambling. Aw, dang it. Spin the wheel. We love that. Big fan. Do I drop the 200K? They see they found the money sick, yeah. I think I'm good.
Quick and lethal.
Alright, we gotta go pick up our loot and do the breach. I get into the zone where I'm just having too much fun riding around, and I like just forget to pick up my loot. We're so fast, I think I might do clasped hands next, because I feel like we can actually, like,
Fury.
get every single clasped hand that spawns, basically. Pretty reliably. Nah, I'm definitely going to slow the circle down. I'm going to get more density next, and then I'm going to slow the circle down. I probably won't do clasped hands at all. It's actually a good mask. Should take that. The gods that be have decided that the meta is evasion energy shield, right? That's what's happening. I saw that Belton was crafting a Falconeer chest, so I assume that that's the meta piece once. Did you carry me through my 4th Ascendancy? Are you at the door? Like, are you at the boss? If we get to the boss, I'll kill it for you. I don't mind. Yeah, I don't like energy shield either. I feel like energy shield with evasion is cooked. At least for this build, it doesn't make any sense, because the energy shield doesn't protect your heavy stun meter.
Storming
And the heavy
arrow.
stun meter is what kills you, but what does protect the heavy stun meter is not getting hit in the first place. This is what evasion does. The best case scenario, you would eventually have enough evasion that you can utilize acrobatics. That would be ideal. It's not going to be realistic for a while, though. Stats required, the gear just isn't in circulation yet to do something like that. 14 splinters. Huge. Actually, just trying to find these Ascension trials is not bad money. No, it isn't. It's good.
Oh, it's you. I'm Rog. Don't eat the mushrooms.
A kind man.
Seems risky. I wonder what you'll unearth.
In my sights. An easy trophy.
Tangibility is scary. Mm-hmm.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
Storm point. Fury.
Get me out of this map, please. So over being that slow. Which Ascendancy first? First Ascendancy should be for Tailwind. Gathering Winds, I believe it's called.
Go on.
I got a despair. A bit of despair for us. These tabs are getting a little bit out of hand. Thank God we have. Thank God. that we actually have a map tab this league. Oh, that sucked so much. Insane to launch without a map tab. Unhinged.
All suffering in this world stems from your actions.
Thunderous shot. Quick and lethal. Fury.
Widow Hell Bow. You can use the Widow Bow if you want, but it's gonna fall off around like roll difficulty at the latest. You can Widow Hell if you want, but it's not like super great for us.
Speak.
2 charm slots. Yeah, you'll probably feel whenever it's time to stop using Widow Hail if you go that route. It's definitely the kind of thing you feel. The guide was just written when there was no economy, so no one had Widow Hails to sell. Or if they did, they were expensive. The league had just started and everyone wanted a Widow Hail.
broke a sweat. Storming arrow. Not yet. An easy trophy.
Solid. Why point blank over fire shot? So this is something that I think I explained in the starter guide. I'm pretty sure I explained it in the starter guide, but I didn't mention it. I didn't mention it in the endgame guide. So if you read point blank, projectiles deal 20% more hit damage to targets in the first 3.5 meters of their movement. So lightning rod doesn't even have 3.5 meters of range, which means all projectiles from lightning rod are point blank, technically. So this is always 20% more damage for lightning rod. Whereas if you took the other one, it would never increase the damage of lightning rod. It would only ever increase the damage of lightning arrow. And lightning arrow doesn't need more damage to map. But we really do need more damage to boss. And also, when it comes to bosses, you can very easily stay close to the boss so that your lightning arrow is also benefiting. 3.5 meters further than I thought, yeah. So yeah, that's why you do point blank over far shot.
Go on.
Hello.
It's a difference in wording. It's very specific. It's the only bonus that's like that.
What is it?
Time is not on our side. They'll be here, waiting.
Haven't played this league because of the bad reception. No longer use Orb of Storms and cast on Shock anymore. No. That interaction was removed. Don't really need it, though. They just kind of buff the ratios of the abilities themselves, so not really necessary anymore the way it was. Tougher now. We killed Zesh tier 1 earlier in the stream. And keep in mind, I lost like 3 days of my league so far to editing videos. So, I mean, for the build to be killing Pinnacle content that quickly and me being level 92, it's still very good. Like day what? 5? Day 5 of the league? And it wasn't a fight either. He got completely glassed. Like, I ran him over. So we could definitely do tier 2. At the very least. Because there's also some new support gems that are very strong. A lot of incentives to play for critical damage, which we weren't doing before. Like, crit is stronger than it was last league as an option. And the critical damage gets kind of absurd, not gonna lie. Like, I think our peak last league was somewhere around like 2.6, 2.8 million damage per second. I think right now the build's pumping about 1.2 million. Well, not always, clearly.
Not yet.
There we go. I was not locked in there. That was better. I think 1.2 million is like the peak right now for us. And I have like less than half the tooltip damage. So I think it'll be fine. Yeah, the lucky notable got axed. Do you only run physical damage on your bow, no lightning? You can run either or because all of our damage gets converted from physical to lightning if it isn't lightning already. So it doesn't really matter if your damage is coming from lightning or physical. All that matters is the actual DPS of the weapon is high. Do you ever plan to build it a bit more tanky, maybe with some ES? No. Full evasion worries me because I am extremely unlucky, and even at 99% evasion, I wouldn't feel safe. You're not really supposed to feel safe. If you feel safe, you get complacent and then play badly. And PoE 2 just kind of isn't meant to be that game. And the thing is about the Rhoa is no matter how good your survivability is, the stun meter is going to max out before you die. Especially if you run energy shield, because the energy shield doesn't do anything to protect the Rhoa's stun meter, which is why it's like not good at all for Rhoa. But the reason all you need is evasion is area of effect attacks are extremely easy to avoid on the Rhoa because we're so fast. Melee can't hit us because we're too fast. And if we get hit, we could have avoided it if we're being honest with ourselves. So for the price tag of this build, only having to avoid puddles on the ground, it's a pretty good deal. Now, my plans as far as tanking up are pure HP, evasion, and guard. Because those are all things that will protect the Rhoa's heavy stun meter.
Yes.
It's like not the worst bow in the world. Now it's kind of the worst bow in the world. But it wasn't initially when I looked at it. It could have been less than... more than... It could have been more than the worst bow in the world. A lot less mana hungry now. Still planning on getting a Thief's Torment? Nope. No Thief's Torment. Now we actually get to just use normal rings. So they reduced the mana cost of all abilities, like all attacks in the game. So we count. They also drastically reduced the mana cost of Voltaic Mark, so you get to use it through the campaign, which felt really good. And also, if we take a look at like our mana consumption, without even potting, like we can shoot for a very long time. That's because charged shots is refunding every third shot. And if we look at having a decent flask and just shooting, it's perpetual. And we're never not going to have flask because we're blasting. You just keep flasking, keep shooting, and it's eternal. And if you want it to be even more comfy than that, you can just have 1 mana per enemy killed line somewhere in your gear, and it is completely chill. Haven't touched the league yet. I'm decided between a Deadeye or Smith of Katava, but Warrior felt just as bad to level last league. Thanks for the answer. No problem. I was really hoping to get more of my Atlas done than I have, but man, this shit is so far apart. Oh man, it's just so many maps to get to a Nexus. At least it's all gonna pay off, because we're going to have tons and tons of juiced maps covered in mechanics to play by the time we're done with this. That will be wonderful. Also getting close to level 92, which is kind of my target level for this build. Beacon of Azus, critical hits, ignore enemy monster elemental resistance. You do not need that. I would not use that. It's good during campaign, but it's not good to keep because we get enough elemental penetration that we basically ignore resistances. The only things that have any resistance against us are Waystones with 50% elemental resistance. And then you're fighting like a lightning rare or an elemental aura rare. Those are the only things that can resist you at all. It's good for campaign though, before we have our elemental pen. Chill out, dogs. I hate trying to set up Expedition because every single individual enemy in the tri-state area just comes to mess with you while you're trying to think. Just let me mess with my stupid bombs, please. It can't be evaded. Let's not do that. Did they take logbooks out of the pool for this? Because it's looking like they did. I haven't seen logbooks on any of these yet. So pack size is probably the obvious one. And then I think we're just going to blast. We're just going to get as many flags as we can. I don't think I care enough to mess with this further than that. This room sucks. Sure, let's do it. 2 logbooks so far? No, I mean, like, did they remove the logbook % increase chance from the pool on the stones? Because that was the best one. But I haven't seen it a single time. How your mana never ends with the flasks? Because we never stop killing. And killing restores flask. Or like, why does my mana not run out with the flask? Just kind of doesn't.
Fury.
Still see them more rarely. Oh, you still get logbooks on mine? Like the logbook %? Okay. Yeah, I just haven't seen it yet at all this league. Yeah, I have all my Ascendancy points. We got that locked up a couple nights ago on stream.
An easy trophy.
These are good checkpoints. How much DPS on LA do you have? I have 32k. I have 32k unbuffed, and whenever we're blasting, it goes up to 58k.
It feels as if corruption is surging against us.
Queen armor with LA Rhoa? I didn't think Queen was worth it last league, and I don't think Queen's worth it this league. Especially because they nerfed it. Went from 500 evasion to 800 evasion per point of movement speed. Does stun charm work if you're stunned on Rhoa? Nope. Did they make it easier or harder? They made the 4th Ascendancies easier. They cut the amount of HP the bosses have in half. Which was also part of why I was really confident that we would get it done really easily. Or at least semi-easily. It was semi-easy. I will say it was that. Illicits.
Keep up your work. It is valuable resources were located in here. Go.
Yes, you did well in that Brickstone.
I would really like some upgrades. But I fear they just don't really exist for reasonable amounts of armor. Or reasonable amounts of money. You haven't seen the chest modifier anymore. Atlas. My Atlas is updated on the build guide if you type !build. How's the drop rate on items now? It doesn't feel good, I'm going to be honest, but I'm still building my Atlas. I think after I build my full Atlas and I'm just finally able to spam juiced maps on juiced tiles because I've stacked a bunch of towers on them and they're like corrupted or they're cleansed, I think the loot will be just fine. Anytime I'm doing a cleansed or a corrupted node that has a lot of towers stacked on it, the loot feels good. Anytime I'm not doing that, the loot feels like shit. Like I'm almost level 93. I haven't raw dropped a single divine yet. What's that about? And I've played like probably 150 tier 15s. But I can't be mad. It's just weird. Like I've gotten 3 perfect jewelers, which is obviously better than divines, but like how have I not gotten any divine? Like the currency drops definitely feel like less than last league. That is a definite, I would say. I've gotten 3 perfect jeweler orbs, and those are more expensive than divines, which is great. It's just it's strange that I haven't raw dropped any divines. That's all. Totally comfortable with the amount of progress I've made. Like no issue at all with that. But just the currency drops definitely feel lower than last league overall. But that could change. Like I said, if I'm just playing the juice nodes that I want to play instead of running around the world being Little Lord of the Overworld for Doriani here to get my Atlas completed, I think the loot will feel fine. But it definitely feels like a slog to get there. I'm like torn on if this feels better or worse than just having to do X number of maps like we did last league. It's more thematic. Part of me likes it better, but like part of me is also like, just let me blast whatever I want and make progress, man. Like, I don't want to have to path beeline towards this shit. I wish I could just sit in the areas that I've juiced and enjoy them and not feel like I'm missing out by not pursuing my Atlas. That's like... I think I just summed it up. That is what feels bad. I juice up the area. It's so beautiful. It's covered in modifiers. And I don't want to play it because the game is pushing me to just beeline straight to the next Nexus so I can get more Atlas points. That doesn't feel good. No rarity, no quantity. I have played the entire game with more rarity than I ever had last league. I was at 90, I think it was at like 90 rarity for the majority of my gameplay. And I only switched last night to be like 60, 70. Rarity was certainly not the issue. And like my maps, like 90, 100.
radius. I don't really want to do expedition, actually. I want another... We're on that one. Penter's contraption, one regal. Sag. Okay, well, at least we have more corruption right here. I don't have to run off across the planet again. What's this one have? Oh, a ton of cleansed monsters. This one's going to be fun. The cleansed monsters is such a fun modifier. Like 20 packs of additional cleansed monsters. Big.
Your life will end and you will be
Storming arrow.
So it has come to this.
In my sight. Too weak, too slow. Thunderous shot. Need more time.
How do I sustain mana? Drink your flask. That should actually be it. Just drink your flask. Drink your flask, and if you want it to be even more comfortable than that, you can run a mana on kill line as a suffix on your quiver, on your rings, or on your glove. But it isn't needed.
Barely broke a sweat.
It's like a comfort thing. Yeah, I'm just drinking my flask. Well, I'm drinking my flask, and I do happen to have a mana on kill line, but it's not necessary to sustain my mana. Like, if I go shoot a wall and just drink my flask, I'll never run out of mana.
That would only slow me down.
That was rude. If I got killed by that, use the same move in boss fights. There are video tutorials on my YouTube channel that go over all of the combos and stuff.
Speak.
Starter build guide and then endgame build guide. Both of them go over the combos. What to use and when. The mobiletics guide, the text-based one at the top of the chat as well. That will also go over the combos too.
Go on. Go.
There, okay. It's actually good. Yeah, I don't want to look at gear, because if I look at gear, that means I'm going to have to roll stuff, and if I have to roll stuff, that means I'm not blasting. Everything is getting dumped. I don't care. We dump everything, just so we can keep playing. Mounts are for range for only. Mounts are for spear and bow only. You don't necessarily need to be a ranger to use one, but you do need to be a bow or spear build. And only certain abilities can be utilized while on the mount.
Too slow.
Yes.
What is this? There's no way this is good, right? Like, it looks terrible. One X, that's what I thought. I know there's a unique spear that's worth money. See again. Nice. It's definitely not that one. What's my flask? Flask is amount recovered. Near 70%. With some quality on it. Frost Twister Huntress, pretty fun. Got patched. It still goes crazy. I think I saw Lily playing that. It at least sounds familiar because I know she posted a thing that was like, my build got nerfed. But then the follow-up was still OP or something like that as the stream title. That sounds familiar to me.
Go on. Go on.
Pack size. Kind of scary. I don't know about this one. Wait, we're already in. What am I doing? Are we already in? I think we're already in. Do I have ultimatums? I do.
You cannot stop death.
Take this. Nowhere to run.
I got killed with a meteor! Friends are double-edged. They're spamming them so close to the shrine.
An easy trophy.
Night everyone, what they thought of the update on Ranger. I think it's nice, but I also don't think the damage increase on Lightning Rod was necessary. I feel like our damage was fine for bosses. If they just did the chain change on Lightning Arrow, I think the 30% extra damage to Lightning Rod was excessive. But the change to Lightning Arrow was way overdue, so it's good that they did that.
Thunderous shot.
And I will take the 30% boost in damage as reparations. Even if I do not feel it was needed. But I do think, hilariously, after everything, with all of the nerfs and stuff, and even this build got hard nerfed as well, I would say that what I'm doing right here is probably like top 3 best builds in the game. Which is funny because last league I would have probably said it was top 5. So comparatively, because the other things got completely ruined, I would say it's actually better compared to its peers than it was last league. Mostly because of the Rhoa. Almost entirely because of the Rhoa, in fact. But yeah. We are blasting way harder than we did last league. If you want to use your Chance Orb on something that you could potentially use, I would probably gamble it on Headhunters because it's low investment.
Speak.
Or just trade them away for currency, but that's up to you. I like to use mine for Headhunter, or like trying to get Headhunter. Because if I ever owned... I don't want to buy a Headhunter, but if I owned a Headhunter, I would use it. That's how I feel about Headhunter. I think Headhunter would be really fun with this build. Because of how mobile you are, like, you'll just have the rare modifiers the entire map.
They'll be here, waiting.
Be great. Hard to find good bows and quivers during campaign. Yeah, just kind of keep checking the shops. Keep checking the shops. See if anyone will sell you a bow on trade for 1x since the league's like actually starting. Or like the league's actually going for a little bit now.
Fury. Barely broke a sweat.
Like, that is just beautiful. The amount of corpses that we're dropping so many enemies from off screen. It's disgusting. I think I missed the... I did. That sucks.
And war incarnate.
What?
Each kill brings me closer to glory.
I just got one shot by the delirium mechanic? Are we serious?
The hour grows. Yes.
What was that damage? It had to have, like, crit, right? I've never been one shot by that. I've been hit by that so many times. Typically, it tickles. I thought that was the whole point of that ability, is, like, they don't hit that hard, but it's, like, pretty hard to avoid. Which stash tabs do you have? Yes. Over 100 viewers. Sick. There's 40 on Twitch. I can't believe that killed me. I want more life so bad. Oh, I don't have this one yet. I haven't seen this yet. That's a new one. I want more life so bad, but it's so overpriced.
Seems we must wait a little.
Every single item that just has life and resistances on it is just like assholes trying to get divine orbs. It's just basic, decent, not shit tier items.
Fury.
Divine orb. Crazy.
Too weak. Too slow.
I only have 1,500. I really need more. Like, I'd love to have 2K.
Scream all you like. It won't help you. Thunderous shot.
Goodbye. Sold Corsair hat earlier for like 5x or something. It's not completely worthless. Show me your amulet? Sure. And if you're curious about any of my other gear, it's pinned at the top of the stream. My mobiletics page has all of my gear in it under the live gear section variant. There's a tab that you can just see all of the items that I have equipped in game. And we haven't changed any of them during stream either, so it's current. Although I do kind of want to shop. Been grinding for like 6 straight hours.
You have no time.
We made like no money, by the way. I feel like we maybe made a div in 6 hours. As far as raw currency. I'm sure we made more than that in gear. But I'm going to have to sort through that, and that sucks.
Fury!
Skin do I have on? What's my critical chance? Not like super high. Kind of crit by volume here. What is really high though is my critical damage. You can't see critical damage. This is bugged. Like it bugs the visual of your critical damage. But without overextend, 321%. And it raises the tooltip by about 10% overall. Tablets am I prioritizing? My tablets are Irradiated, Delirium, and Breach. Because Delirium and Breach are the mechanics that this build does best, and you want +1 level. What skin do I have on? This is Clay Mage. This is my cosmetics for my ranger. Clay Mage helmet, Clay Mage body armor, Augurum back attachment, Thaumaturge of the Val glove, Ghoul Hunter boots. With Paladin weapon effect on my Paradune Glory Bow. And my finisher effect is Purifying Sword Storm, because it has the coolest name of any finisher effect, and it looks cool. Well, we're critting 14% of the time at a baseline. But then we have Blindside, which is 15% more crit against blind. And we're blinding. My build is public at the top of the chat. It's pinned at the top of the chat. It says build, and then there's a link. There's also 2 YouTube videos on this build on my channel. They're my last 2 uploads. Why aren't I running ritual tablets? Because this build isn't that great for ritual, because all of the damage in ritual from the traps are AoE. There's a lot of chaos damage. I don't have any chaos resistance, and you're locked in a very small circle. So your mobility is less impactful, less useful. Ritual is one of my favorite mechanics to play, but this build is not optimal for it. So I would rather play to its strengths, especially this early in the league whenever I need to make my currency. Even though I do very much like my favorite mechanic. Well, it was my favorite mechanic last league. Delirium is probably my favorite mechanic again, because that was my favorite mechanic in PoE 1. But they really shit the bed with it in PoE 2 for the first league. It just wasn't good. It felt like shit. You still did Delirium in a way, but it wasn't the same. Like, you just did Delirium. You didn't do mirrors. You just put it on your maps.
Thunderous shot.
every map. So it never felt like I was like maining Delirium. It just felt like, oh yeah, Delirium is part of what I do. But now you like are incentivized to actually play the mirrors, which is great.
Too weak, too slow.
How many times have I died getting knocked off the bird? I don't actually know. Not that many. These days, usually I just like die if I'm going to die. I don't get knocked off the bird and die.
I shall overcome.
I just get straight up one shot. The only time people die, like, typically, dying by getting knocked off the bird happens due to a lack of evasion. Or because you were hit by something that's, like, going to kill you anyways. Or you're playing Energy Shield, and Energy Shield is the most fried thing ever with the bird, because Energy Shield does not contribute to the heavy stun buildup of the bird. That doesn't make any sense to use Energy Shield with the bird. I've seen a lot of people using Energy Shield with the bird, and I really can't figure out why. Doesn't make sense. You are going to die because of the heavy stun meter. You're not going to die because of ES. And you're going to have less evasion because you have ES. Things don't really add up. But then they also have, like, all of the money in the economy, so they can do whatever the hell they want. It just kind of sucks that they also, like, you know, by association, then tell people to do that when it's, like, not a good idea for mere mortals that do not have all of the currency in the world for the best in slot tier that barely exists. Haven't died in Ritual would be 94 by now. New skin in the shop, WC called Hollowed Keeper. Hollowed Keeper, huh? Oh. Oh my god. That looks so cool. What? Oh. That's sick. Your build posted anywhere? Yeah, I said it's pinned at the top. It's pinned at the top of the chat. Pinned at the top of the chat, and there's 2 videos on it on my channel. Wait, this set is sick. Dude, they cooked with this. Like, why are the sets... Why are these sets $250 to get out of gamble boxes? And they don't look nearly as cool as this one. What's going on? No, that's all good, Rux. I'm gonna have to get this. I'm being honest. That's so nice looking. I'm all about this. Can you imagine how hard this is gonna go when they release Templar? Hey there, BKQ.
Yes.
Up my evade, change my belt to the stun threshold one. Give Mount another try. Stun threshold shouldn't affect the bird. I was testing it, and it doesn't seem to it doesn't seem to have any impact on the stun meter buildup. Nightingale armor from Skyrim? I don't think I did. I don't remember what armor I used in Skyrim. I haven't played Skyrim in a really long time.
Thunderous shot. An easy trophy.
The stun bar for Rhoa is only affected by your HP.
Nowhere to run.
I did some testing with it to make sure. Unique maps can't have any modifiers, so you don't need to think about it at all. Your stun threshold does not affect the Rhoa, no. See what this is. No, lightning arrow doesn't have a limited number of arrows. Is this a puzzle? Surely not.
Storming arrow.
It might be.
Broken sweat.
How to make Blood Witch work? Me, no. I'm just a Deadeye. I don't really have too much insight into the other playstyles and classes. I'd like to, but I just haven't had time. Where's the next one? It's not a puzzle. Wait, what? I thought it might be. It is not. You gotta click on things. That. Ah, okay. This lightning storm is sussing me out. Like, it feels like it's gonna hit me. Can we not?
Another democratic soldier for the cause!
What living soul, my beloved Ascendancy? You cannot stop me.
Storming arrow. My time has come. Now you die! I need more mana.
You sided with the villains.
Right. You will never leave this place.
Okay.
Don't mind if I do. That would only slow me down.
I think it's pretty good at killing bosses. No, I'm not using Ghost Shroud. I don't have any energy shield. Maximum is 3. What are you talking about? Thief's Torment? No. We don't need Thief's Torment. I just wasn't pressing my mana flask. Anytime we went it was because I was just like zug-zugging too hard and forgot to press the mana flask. Oh, you mean like my maximum shot count? Yeah. My portal is disabled. I really don't want to have to come back in here. But I don't think... Oh, okay, I see. I couldn't portal because I was in the... Got it. I'm not running Thief's Torment. We do not need Thief's Torment this season. We used Thief's Torment when it made sense last league. It is definitely not necessary this league.
Let us hope Zesh now lies dormant.
Speak.
I don't know why I picked this up. I guess because it's a good
Of
base.
course.
Wow, that's a lot of HP. This is actually maybe not terrible. Slams? Big slams? It's actually so good. Well, kind of. I mean, it's good-ish. For a level 79 item, it's pretty good. That's a lot of health. That is so much life. Level 28 Researcher Strongbox. Scrats. What's worse, Rage Gaming on PoE or Thornton Smash on Helldivers 2 content? I'm really interested in your response. So, Thornton is a, like, known liar. Just makes shit up. Everyone pokes fun at him. Knows his content's bad. Surely he knows his content's bad. Everyone knows he's in it for the money. Everyone knows to avoid him. It's very obvious. Rage Gaming is a different beast. Rage Gaming videos, content, looks genuinely good on the outside in to most people because they have so many subs, their content's well edited, and they don't outright lie in their thumbnails. Like, they clickbait, but they don't outright lie. Like, Thornton lies really obviously, really blatantly in the thumbnail about what the video content is. Rage Gaming doesn't lie, they just embellish, which makes them so much more dangerous because that makes it so easy to spread misinformation whenever you look so legitimate. So I would say they are worse when they cover PoE specifically. I don't think they after like being on Monster Hunter for a little bit and seeing their stuff for Monster Hunter, like it's not good, but it's not hurting anybody the way it does in PoE whenever you make content that like misleads people. And a lot of their content is like, again, I don't think it's good, but that's like more subjective than anything. But like, yeah, it just doesn't hurt people the same way on Monster Hunter that it did in PoE. This piece is kind of fire though. Yeah, Ingenuity is really good. If I had an Ingenuity, I would be wearing it right now. If this thing had good evasion, it would be cracked. You see your build as of right now. I'm following your build. It's so good. So if you want to see all of my items, at the top of the YouTube chat, there is a link to my mobiletics page. There is a live gear tab in the variants section. Click on that. You can see all of my gear that I'm wearing and all the stats. And it'll change over time too. All about the armor scraps, bro. Yeah, I mean, Thornton's content sucks, but he's not dangerous. He's too small to be a danger to anybody with misinformation or anything like that. And the lies are too blatant to fool anybody. We gotta pretty this up a little bit. I think we pretty this up. And then we sell it. That's what I would do if I had any. How do I not have Greater Iron Rune? That's insane. We've been playing for like 7 hours. I don't have a single Greater Iron. All right, time to smash them. By the way, you can do this. If anyone didn't know you could do this, you can do this. Ingenuity would buff Onslaught. If I had an Ingenuity, I would probably stop running Death Rush, because no, it will not buff Onslaught. I would run something else instead. Just kind of lays down. It's funny. It's also wearable at level 65, which is kind of insane. This is like probably the best level 65 body armor on the planet. Because max life is so valuable whenever you're low level. Let's throw it in here. I have 4 slots, my skill, rod, and my thunder. Which one should I use? I think you're asking me what should you put in the 4th socket. That would be charged shots and blindside. I already opened a map. All right, let's go. The rune pool is fried.
Fury. Quick and lethal. Return to death.
Another democratic soldier for the cause!
Herald of Thunder? Oh, that's what you're asking. Herald of Thunder, I am running Deadly Herald and Reach. So if you have the extra spirit for it, do Deadly Herald. If you don't, do Reach. If you're never going to have the extra spirit for it, then use Lightning Mastery instead of Deadly Herald. And if you have Lightning Mastery, try to get a level 20 Spirit Gem, because that's the breakpoint for getting a 6th Lightning Strike out of Herald of Thunder. It's kind of up in the air what's more valuable.
That's quite nice. Fury.
How much critical hit chance? I think I have like 14%. But that's because my bow doesn't have a very high base number. My bow's like plus 1.9 on the suffix roll. Knock back enemies on hit. Flash damage to targets within 1.5 meters. This looks worthless. This thing is certainly worthless. Big smash? No big smash. Goes away. Bluegrass music played backwards and ever hear the Rage Gaming outro song. I have actually never heard the song. I've seen so many people comment on their song, but I've never like actually listened to it. Is it really that bad? Endgame build without the mount. Endgame build without the mount would be just changing your lightning rod to some, oh no. It would just be changing your lightning rod to some other things instead of deliberation and the daze thing, self daze.
An easy trophy.
And then you just obviously take the companion point. Well, actually, keep the companion points and get a animal companion with Tame Beast
Fury.
that has Haste Aura instead. Is what I would do. Lucky for not hearing it. 50%, is that okay? Do not use acrobatics. Don't use acrobatics. It's not worth it with 50%. I only ever told people to use acrobatics whenever without their tailwind they were sitting at like, I think it was 80%. I want to say 80%. Or 70%. I think it was 70% without tailwind is what I would tell people. Last patch, but it is so hard to stack. And it's really bad bait until you can stack a lot of it. And like the gear to stack enough of it to make it worth it
Thunderous shot.
just basically like doesn't even exist yet. This map layout sucks. I just realized where the boss is and why I missed it. I missed good delirium.
I need more time.
His shooting is funny, like you're using sonar.
Speed.
It's funny. Wait, what were those? Eh, whatever. Care. Let's be honest, I don't care. I don't care what it is. We're just blasting. Nothing but blasting. Straight blast. Finally get a delirium tablet. That is... Why didn't you just ask me for a delirium tablet? You goon. I have tablets.
Fury!
Didn't think of that. It's crazy. That's actually kind of another fun thing that's gonna happen with the guild is we can kind of like trade tablets amongst ourselves because people are going to enjoy different mechanics and spec into different mechanics depending on what they are.
Barely broke a sweat.
It'll be kind of nice. I hate this boss. This lady has killed me so many times with her roly-poly bullshit. She'll just be sitting there, not moving at all, and then all of a sudden, flat, and then I'm dead. I'm typically like right next to her, and she starts the animation, and she just rolls me along with her, and I die.
My son begged me to keep you as their new pet. But
She like gets out of the bull and then immediately attacks. Like that, but she didn't do anything diabolical this time. Yeah, I don't know. I think our bossing damage is pretty good. I feel like it's pretty good. Like I don't even have like that good a gear. I really don't.
Speak. Go on.
Until next time.
Just folded. I feel like they're getting folded faster than they were last league. Almost. How'd I fix my bossing damage? I didn't fix it. It was never broken. It was always fine. It's just they gave us 30% more. Divine should drop any moment now. I don't know about that. We've been grinding for 7 hours. We grinded for 18 hours, I think, the first day. I think I don't think I'm getting any streamer luck today. I seem to be regulated out of my streamer luck. I'm so glad those aren't levers anymore. I hated that. Oh, here we go. Hey there, Sensei. Kill Honey Boo Boo. I swear 3 out of 5 waystones have chains. That's what I'm saying. So many waystones have chains. Sucks. It's such a bad modifier. All right. We are over halfway done. At least. Test your filter. Yeah, sure. I can test your filter. What is it meant for? Looking good and sounding good. I'm a little bit worried. Sounds. This looks cool. None of the sounds have sus names. That's good. We're just turning some of these down. I feel like they're going to be really loud. Fail to load item filter. Line 217, invalid sound path. Sound file path. Item equip sound, gaming sound effect, HDMP3. Are we like missing a sound? Is that why that happened? Need the sound file boss? Oh, that one. Oh, that's a lot of sounds. Shit. Well, that's why that wasn't working. There's so many sounds. Okay. It loaded. Okay. Watching, listening, off to sleep. Have a good one. You too, Dan. Thanks for hanging out. You show runes in your weapon. They're greater iron runes. Affix changes what? The lightning arrow do not fire. Well, it's firing 3 because I have that. It would fire 1 without that. Well, it would fire 2 without that because we have. So we fire 2 arrows because we have endless munition. But we fire 3 because we have the additional arrow. All right, thanks, Sensei. I will give that a whirl.
What is it?
Like the worst thing ever, but it's kind of the worst thing ever. You know what I mean? All right. Ooh, an untainted paradise, but I just leveled, so I don't really care that much. Okay, we need more corruption to cleanse. Not seeing any down here. Over here, nothing. Nothing. Oh, Citadel. I think we're cooked. It's not looking good. I don't see any corruption. For miles, I don't see any corruption. Corrupted, that looks normal. Using Herald of Ice as well. Spirit on chest to hit the 150 needed. Spirit on amulet or chest, yeah, would be required to hit the 150. Cast on crit is not 100 because you quality it and it makes it 90. So it should be 150 even. Opposite problem, I can't find the special maps for my points. That sucks. Portal disappeared after coming to my hideout to store loot. It was a Nexus. Now it says map attempted. I've had like 3 different sets of Atlas points bug out for me, and I got really pissed. I was super upset about it. It was like 3 back-to-back that just bugged out. It was awful. Ah, here we go. Right here. Here's one. It's so far away. This is so much worse. I'm really feeling the weight. Oh yeah, speaking of bugs, this yeah, this was the Nexus and it says completed. Do you guys see something wrong here? This tilted the hell out of me. It just didn't spawn the extra boss. And I just didn't get the points and it didn't cleanse. I was very unhappy. Mobiletics with a version without the bird. I mean, eventually maybe, but like it's like so much better with the bird. It is a way better build with the bird. I know some folks don't like the bird, but it's very worth it. Not running the bird, it's not even going to come close. It's a common enough request that I'll do it, but full disclaimer, it is not going to be as good. Wait, I could have... Didn't I just see one? Like over here. It was closer. I swore it was over here. Over there? Over there? Yeah, right there. Okay. We're going that way, I guess. That is also really far. That doesn't even feel closer. Is there at least one up here too? No. You know what? Maybe I just want to play some juice nodes for a little bit. Maybe I just want to enjoy some of the nodes that I've created. I'm tired of the Atlas. I'm tired of building the Atlas. Let me just blast. That's what I want. Let's do a fun map. Bird looks so damn goofy. I like the bird. I like it looking goofy. What power did I instill in my amulet? Just high alert. I'm probably going to buy a new amulet tonight and then do storm charge. I did kind of like that sound, not gonna lie. $200 went into this. I believe you. Which also makes sense why you would want to share it, because it's a lot of work to just keep to yourself. The videos for the filter get a lot of views. PoE2 not so much. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I feel like there's like probably not a lot of people that even like know what a filter is, to be honest. I feel like PoE2 is a lot more playable without a filter than PoE1. Might be part of the reason. What's the like strictness on this? Give me like a general idea of what shows up and what doesn't. It's probably very fine-tuned. Might tune the volumes a little bit more, but I like it. Oh, you choose your own strictness. Okay. So it's like, okay. It's not tuned to be strict or anything. It's just, it looks good. It looks good and it sounds good. Got it. Okay. I will work on that then.
Too weak. Too slow.
Makes sense. All I did was dump the sounds in. I didn't touch anything. I adjusted some volumes and that was it.
Another democratic soldier for the cause!
We have a lot of points already. Exclamation mark filter. That's funny. I'm using cloud download. It was a MediaFire link, wasn't it? Just downloaded it. The filter, you have to redo it. Okay. The filter is Sensei's. He's here sharing it with us.
Full machine. Thunderous shot. Quick and lethal. That would only slow me down. Got no pack space for that.
I want this filter now. I'll put the Sensei. Can you link your YouTube video for me? I'm going to put it in my Discord. Oh. We got disconnected.
Another democratic soldier for the cause! Another democratic soldier for the cause!
Okay. Went ahead and put that in our great PoE library channel in the Discord. That's pretty nice. That's the kneeling, do the cloud download. Magic normal base is all salvage recipes. Anyone wants to pick those annoying items up, salvage every piece of garbage. Word. Trace Gaming, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate the support, man. Found your build like an hour ago, was stuck for days, went from barely killing shit to nuking, all with no gear changes. Thanks a ton. Awesome, dude. Glad to hear it. Wazda's king. Yeah, Wazda's really good for this build. Like, the kiting is way easier if you play Wazd, for sure. I also just generally prefer it regardless. What filter are you using? Can you give me the name? It's Sensei's filter on the Twitch chat. It's linked in my Discord now. I put it in the Great PoE Library section. If you have the PoE tag in my Discord, you can use it. 4 maps to get used to was.
Go on.
They'll be here, waiting.
Oops. I'm going to redo the download. Yeah, I will. I just need a minute. Okay, so you said to do a cloud download. Replace all files with a media file. Download again. Cloud download. A cloud download. My filter blade is broken. It is breaking. Export to PoE. Okay. Custom strictness. Strict. Advanced. All right, I tried it again. Is WAS mandatory for the mouse? It felt gross with mouse. I would say WAS is pretty mandatory to get the most out of the mount. Okay. Need these sounds. Redo. Do a cloud download. Replace all files with media fire. Download again. Okay. I have done that. That has happened. Done as asked. Right here. The blue one? Is the blue one? Okay. I have done it. So we're good now, right? How much for your budget? Because Bill be able to carry? Yeah, I mean, I could definitely carry T4 Ascendancy. 100% I could. I beat the 4th Ascendancy and started doing T15 maps with like probably less than 50x worth spent from beginning to end on the character. John, I'm gonna snap. Some of the modifiers I have stacked up here are insane. It's so much shit. Do I have any rarity maps at all? I just want loot. I want to feel what loot feels like again. Instead of having nothing. I think this is about as good as it gets. That's fried. Just run it. 138% increased rarity of items found in the area. If we don't get loot, game sucks. I'm just saying, we don't get loot, game sucks. Going on the record.
True strength comes from within, and I know for a fact you are every.
Barely broke a sweat. Now this will come in handy.
Okay, cool. There's a lot of noises. It's like actually kind of startling. It's really disorienting not knowing what the sounds mean. Obviously, you'd get used to it. It was really funny not knowing what anything is. GC maps must be fun. They are.
That would only slow me down. Easy prey.
Every item has their own sound to give them personality. It's awesome. What are these sounds, bro? The Sensei's filter. Trying it out. Funny.
Not yet.
I have 24 energy shield. Because my amulet has like 24 ES. Crystalish sound? I like the glass breaking noise. It's fun. All right, we I'm gonna be honest, we didn't get much in the way of currency. I don't feel like I got paid. But you know, we got plenty of juiced maps. Eventually they have to pay. They can't all be useless, right? It's impossible. I like the ones that have so much shit on them that they just start flickering violently when I try to look at them. 131% rarity. Show me the money. Mana lightning arrow? I don't know. $48. I've never gotten a divine, so you're probably not gonna see a divine on this stream. I have yet to get a single divine this league. Somehow.
You've already done this before. You are caught in a loop.
In my sight. I need more mana.
Why do I have...
Out of mana.
Oh, there must be negative flask in this.
An easy trophy.
Yeah, definitely negative flask charges.
What luck? Thunderous shot.
Another democratic soldier for the cause!
Barely broke a sweat. Fury.
Well, I certainly have waystones. I did get a despair too. It's not terrible. Yeah, I mean, Helldivers gets one update every 2 months. That game's kind of cooked.
Yes.
Wow. That's not terrible. Not great, but like not terrible. Let's see what the last suffix on this is. Can we get extra arrow? Alright, that would have been insane. Without, it's like, I don't know. Kind of useless. Well, it's not. I don't know. I doubt anyone will buy it for even 5. I doubt it's worth 5. It's probably not even worth 1 at this point. But I don't really want to think about it right now. It's actually probably a Regal shard, if we're being honest. The 11 life roll. but the rest of it is cooked. Four waystones. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like we're really making currency that quickly, but maybe that's... I think I just maybe don't understand how we're supposed to be doing that. And also I've got a lot of gear to look through. Divine a good bow. Yeah, a good bow is pretty important. Dropped a div and A1 cruel. Can I do an endgame LA build with it? You certainly can. I mean, I trashed T15s and got my 4th Ascendancy without spending more than like 50 Exalted Orbs on the entire build, start to finish. Playing from day one. And the progress I've made with the build is -3 days out of the league, because those 3 days were spent editing the 2 videos I released. So we're level 92 despite not playing 3 of the days in the league. Very good build. Definitely top 3 at the moment. Spent a week getting wrecked. That's unfortunate. It might be closing time for me. We've been streaming for 8 hours. Like the middle of the night already. I think that's probably going to be it for the stream, but thank you guys very much for hanging out. It's been a lot of fun. Oh, a lot of you guys came out for the stream. It was sick. So we peaked at 119 on YouTube. Hell yeah. I'm going to call it quits for YouTube. Twitch, stick around. We're probably going to look for someone to raid. But have a good night, everybody. Catch you next time. Probably no stream tomorrow. I'm going to do an update video, upload it tomorrow. And after that, probably another stream.